Sun is not silent. It speaks in the burst of invisible thunder. For centuries, we have seen its flare and storm, but Parker's solar probe has now tuned our ears to a deeper frequency. Hidden within the blazing corona, magnetic switchbacks snaps like a cosmic whisper, unleashing radio waves that ripple across the solar system. And these bursts are more than a whisper of plasma. They are sun's coded signals carrying secrets of its magnetic heart and warning of storm yet to come. In this revelation, Parker has transformed our star from blazing sphere into a storyteller. Its switchbacks composing a hidden symphony of light and sound. Let's find out more about this. The sun, our nearest star, has always been a restless giant. Its surface boiling with plasma, its atmosphere alive with storms. For centuries, astronauts have watched solar flares and coronal mass ejection ripple outward, sometimes striking Earth with a magnetic tempest. Yet beneath its familiar drama lies subtle mysteries, whisper of radio waves, flickers of magnet turbulence, and that only the most daring spacecraft can unveil. The Parker Solar Probe, humanity's closest emissary to the sun, has now peeled back another layer of its enigma, revealing hidden magnetic switchbacks that gives rise to solar radio bursts. So, radio bursts are sudden and outpouring of electromagnetic energies and streaming across space like invisible thunderclap. They are often triggered when the charged particle accelerate along the magnetic field lines, releasing energy in the form of radio waves. For decades, scientists knew these bursts existed, but their precise origin remained elusive. Were they born in the corona tangled loop? Did they emerge from the shock wave racing through the solar wind? But now, Parker Solar Probe diving deep and close to the sun's surface has provided the most intimate clues yet. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine reach of our channel. So going forward, as the probe skimmed through the solar atmosphere, its instruments detected abrupt revelation, abrupt uprising in the magnetic field. Switchbacks like a king in the garden hose. These switchbacks are not gentle bend, but actually sharp zigzags, flipping the direction of the magnetic field from a brief moment before snapping back. Each switchback carries plasma along with it, accelerating particles and steering the turbulence. The new data suggests that these magnetic switchbacks are fertile ground for radio burst. Miniature accelerator that hurl electrons into spiral, producing the radio signal that astronomers detect across the solar system. So these insight reshapes our understanding and space weather. Now going forward, the discovery is definitely profound. It's linked with the two previously disconnected phenomena. On one hand, switchbacks were known as the oddities in the solar wind, puzzling features that hint at the chaotic dynamics near the sun. And on the other hand, radio bursts were catalogued as a distinct emissions useful for diagnosing the solar storm, but poorly understood in origin. The Parker finding weave them together, and the switchbacks are now not mere curiosities, but engine of radio emission, shaping the very soundtrack of sun's activity. So radio bursts are not just academic curiosity, as we have already mentioned. They are interface or with the communication, navigation system, even the spacecraft operations. By tracing them back to the magnetic switchbacks, scientists gain predictive power. If switchbacks can be mapped and modeled, then the radio burst and the storm they create can be anticipated with a greater accuracy. So in essence, Parker has given us a new diagnostic tool, a way to listen to the sun's magnetic heartbeat and foresee its disruptive pulse. The implications extend beyond Earth. Radio bursts ripple through the heliosphere and the vast bubble of solar influence that envelops the planet. They may play a role for accelerating cosmic rays, shaping a planetary magneto atmosphere, and even the influencing the chemistry of atmosphere. So for Mars, with its magnetic shield, such burst could be particularly consequential and steering its upper atmosphere and affecting its future. Human explorer, and that is a good info data for the human explorer and the astronauts. For distinct spacecraft, understanding radio burst is vital for shielding electronics and maintaining communication link. And this is also a poetic dimension to its discovery. The sun, often imagined as a blazing sphere of light, now reveals itself as a symphony of invisible signals. Its magnetic field twists and snaps like violin strings, producing radio notes that echo across the space. So Parker's solar probe, braving the furnace of Corona, has become our ear pressing against the star, catching whispers that were once lost in the cosmic din. Each switchback is a stanza, each burst is a refrain, and composing a hidden music of the sun. So looking ahead, scientists will combine Parker's data with observation from other missions such as the Solar Orbiter to build a full picture. Together, these spacecraft will triangulate the origin of burst and map the geometry of the switchbacks and refine model of solar wind. So the ultimate goal is not to understand the sun, but to live safely within its influence. As humanity ventures deeper into space, towards the moon, Mars, and beyond, predicting solar radio burst will be essential as a forecasting storms on the Earth. So in a grand narrative of exploration, Parker's discovery is reminder that even the familiar star hold secrets. The sun, which has shining upon the Earth for billions of years, is still teaching us how its magnetic heart beats. And hidden switchbacks, once invisible, now stands revealed as an architect of radio storm. And with each revelation, we drew closer to mastering the cosmic weather that shapes our destiny among the stars. So in the end, Parker's solar probe has shown us that the sun is not just a blazing sphere of light, but a restless storyteller weaving its tale through the magnetic switchbacks and radio burst. Each hidden kink in this field is a spark of revelation. Each burst a message carried across the solar system. By decoding these signals, we are not only learning to predict the storm that shapes our cosmic environment, but also hearing for the first time the sun's secret voice. The discovery reminds us that even the most familiar star still holds mysteries are waiting to be unveiled, and with every orbit, Tapaka brings us closer to understanding the rhythm of our star's eternal symphony. So, for today, we have come to the end. Magnetic strings and cosmic echoes. That's what is very amazing, and and very kind of good to really know more about it. So thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, is a new trade war which is dubbed as 2.0 beginning? As the US radically rewrites its global tariff rules, India is launching a high-stake diplomatic mission to Washington DC, and therefore in this video we dive deep into why an Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is rushing to US capital on April 20th, 2026 to save $1 billion trade deal. So what is happening now? Well, the trade landscape between the world's two largest democracies has shifted overnight following a landmark US Supreme Court ruling that limited the president's emergency tariff powers. The Trump administration has introduced a new 10 to 15% global surcharge under Section 122 of the Trade Act. Now, this move has effectively reset the 18% tariff framework India and US agreed upon during the early February 2026. Now, India is fighting to maintain its competitive edge as other global players face the same flat rate. Let us discuss this further. On February 7th, 2026, the world thought the trade war between India and the US was finally over. Headlines around the globe announced the breakthrough. Washington would slash tariff on Indian goods to be a flat 18%, and in exchange the trade king and the Make in India giant would enter a new era of cooperation. But in the global politics, nothing is final until the ink is dry. Fast forward to today, that 18% deal, it's practically on the paper shredder right now. Why? Because of the US Supreme Court just dropped a legal bombshell that stripped the president of his emergency tariff powers. In response, the Washington has hit the reset button, rewriting the global trade playbook with a brand new 10% global surcharge. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now, As you watch this, a high-level Indian delegation led by Chief Negotiator Mr. Darpan Jain is on a plane to Washington DC. They would land on April 20th, and their mission would be to save India's 87 billion export market from being swallowed by a trade war 2.0. To understand why India is rushing to DC, we have to look at what happened in the courts. For over a year, the Trump administration used the International Emergency Economic Power Act (IEEPA) to slap reciprocal tariffs on countries including India. But on February 20th, 2026, the US Supreme Court ruled 6-3 that the president cannot use this act to raise revenue generating tariffs. It was a massive rebuke of the executive power. Overnight, the legal foundation for the India-US deal, the one that promised an 18% rates, evaporated. The administration had to halt all IEEPA collections. But if you think this means free trade is back, think again. The administration immediately pivoted to Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. This is a global surcharge of 10% on all imports from all countries to address international payment problems. It's valid for 150 days. You might be asking, wait, if the new US tariff is only 10%, isn't that better for India than 18% they agreed to in February? So on paper, yes, but in the world of trade, it is all about comparative advantages. Under the old deal, India was going to pay 18% while its competitor like China or Vietnam might have been paying 25% or even 50% in certain cases. The gap made Indian goods cheaper. But under the new Section 122, everyone pays 10%. Suddenly, India loses its special edge. Furthermore, there is the Section 301 threat. While the 10% global tariff is a temporary fix, the US Trade Representative USTR has launched a fresh investigation into 16 economies, including India. These probes are looking into forced labor and unfair practices. If these investigations go south, India could face even higher punitive tariffs on top of the 10%. And this is why Mr. Darpan Jain and his team are in Washington this week. They aren't just there for coffee. They are there to finalize the bilateral trade agreement and the legal text. And here are the three main fires they need to put out. First is the solar crisis. The Indian solar module exports to US have already crashed by 35% this year due to fluctuating duties. India needs a stable long-term rate to protect its growing green energy industry. Number two, the Russian oil factor. The US previously hit India with punitive duties because of the India's purchase of Russian oil. While some of those rolled back in February, the new section, which is 301 probe, could bring them back under a different name. And third is the big ticket energy deal. So in exchange for lower tariff, India is looking at buying massive amount of US LNG and nuclear tech. This energy for export swaps is the heart of the deal. India isn't just waiting on the Americans, though. While DC talks are happening, Commerce Secretary Mr. Rajesh Agarwal has confirmed the 2026 roadmap. And it's very interesting. First is the India-UK FTA, expected to go live in May 2026. Second is the India-New Zealand FTA, set to be signed in April, especially on April 27. Third is the EU and Oman FTA. Negotiations are in full swing and final stages. So India is essentially telling Washington, we want to be your partner, but we aren't putting all our eggs in one basket. With the trade deficit between the two nations narrowing down to 34 billion from 40 billion last year, India has some leverage, but the US is playing the hardball. The next 72 hours in Washington will determine the future of your wallet as well as my wallet. From the price of iPhone even though it is assembled in India, to the cost of Indian textiles and pharma in the US. Everything is on the line. Is this the start of a trade war 2.0, or it is just growing pain of a new America first architecture? One thing is certain, the era of easy, predictable global trade is over. So, friends, what do you think? Should India stand its own ground, or should it offer more concessions to secure the US market? Let me know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe for more deep dives into shifting world of global power. Thank you for joining live. Thank you for watching. Before I wind up this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back. Hello friends, Namaskaram. The Indian government has officially placed a temporary ban on the messaging app Telegram. But why is this happening, and how does it relate to upcoming NEET re-examination of 2026? In this video, we break down the government latest crackdown on the exam fraud, the specific role Telegram played in spreading the misinformation, and what this means for students appearing for the NEET retest on June 21st. We will also explain the timestamp fraud, that technique that led to the unprecedented moves. Let's go and discuss this further. If you have tried to open Telegram in India over last 24 hours and hit a wall, you aren't alone. As of June 16th, 2026, the Indian government has initiated a temporary nationwide blackout of Telegram messaging platform. But this isn't just about tech glitches. This is a massive coordinated government crackdown aimed directly at one of the most high stakes event in the country, which is the NEET UG examination, and this time it is actually going through re-examination because of situations that we all know. Why would the government shut down one of the most popular messaging app in the country just days before the major exam? Is it overkill, or is it the only way to save the integrity of the national test system? Today we are breaking down the India versus Telegram showdown, explaining the secret timestamp fraud that forced this hand and what this means for the millions of students preparing for June 21st. Let's dive in. But before that, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and watching this video. To understand the ban, we have to look back at May 3rd, 2026. India held its annual NEET UG medical entrance exam, but the results were eventually annulled following a widespread report of paper leak. For millions of students, this was a disaster. Months of preparation and family savings were suddenly in a limbo. The government and the National Testing Agency, which is NTA, announced re-examination scheduled for June 21st, 2026. But as that date approached, the intelligence report began to paint a disturbing picture. According to the government agency and the NTA, the Telegram, which boasts a massive user base in India, was being weaponized. Cheating syndicates were setting up channels with names like Paper Leaked NEET or private mafia aggressively targeting desperate students. They weren't just spreading rumors, they were actively trying to extort families for access to the re exam paper, a paper that NTA maintained, that is perfectly secure within the official chain. Now, let's talk about the specific loopholes that led to this unprecedented move. It is called the timestamp fraud, and it is a brilliant but malicious bit of social engineering. And here is how it works: a scammer creates a Telegram channel, they post a vague, harmless message days before the exam. Once the actual exam concludes and the real questions are out in the public domain, the administrator goes back to their old pre exam message and edit it to insert the legitimate questions, because the Telegram allows channel administrator to edit messages without changing the original timestamp. It creates a terrifying illusion. It looks like they had the paper before the exam even started. This caused massive public panic and allowed scammers to demand lakhs of rupees from vulnerable parents. The government realized that taking down individual channels was like playing a game of whack-a-mole. You delete 10, right? And 20 more pop up. So they decided to cut the power to the whole platform until the exams were safe. This isn't a permanent ban, it's a surgical strike using Section 69A of IT Act of India legal system, which gives the government the power to block online content in the interest of public order and security. The restriction is double layered. Number one is the full app block. This stays in effect until June 22nd, 2026, just after the NEET re-exam is completed. Number two is a feature block. Government has also ordered a Telegram to disable the message editing feature in India until June 30th of 2026 to ensure that even after the ban is lifted, scammers cannot retrospectively manipulate their message history to create more fake leak evidence. Agencies like the I4C, which is Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, and state police are coordinating this crackdown. While the tech enthusiasts have criticized the ban as a band-aid solution that impacts ordinary users, the NTA has labeled it to a measure of the last resort to protect the integrity of the medical entrance process. If you are a student, and here is the bottom line for you, especially if you are a student, the NTA has repeatedly stated that there are no paper leaks, and any claims you see on social media, even those that look verified by timestamp, is almost certainly a scam. Do not fall for these extortion attempts. If you see any suspicious activity, call the National Cybercrime Helpline at 1930 or report it on an official portal. Rely only on the official NTA website for your updates. Whether you agree with the government move or think it is an overreach, one thing is very clear: the digital battlefield for exam security has changed forever. What do you think? Was blocking Telegram the right move to stop the fraud, or should the government have focused on some other solution? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more tech and policy breakdown, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello friends and namaskar. We all know and think that the black holes are just born from dying stars. But friends, think again. This new groundbreaking research from Cardiff University has revealed a startling truth. The universe's largest black holes are built, not born. While we used to think supermassive black holes grew primarily by consuming gas, this new study suggests they reach monster status through a violent process of repeated collisions within a dense star cluster. And therefore, in this video, we dive deep into the science of hierarchical merger, the cosmic assembly line where black holes smash into one and another, growing larger and more powerful with every hit. Let us go and discuss this further. Imagine a monster, not a ghost or a creature from a movie, but a real life titan so heavy it warps the very fabric of space and time. We call them supermassive black holes. For decades, we have asked one simple question: where do they come from? Most of us were taught the birth story. A massive star dies, collapses under its own gravity, and presto, a black hole is born. But there is a problem. Some black holes are so big that being born simply doesn't explain how they got there. New research from Cardiff University has flipped the script. They have discovered that the universe's true giants aren't just born big, they are actually built. Like a skyscraper or a massive machine, they are constructed through a violent, repetitive process of cosmic collisions. Today we are breaking down the built, not born theory and how it's changing everything we thought we knew about dark hearts of these galaxies. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand the Cardiff discovery, we first have to look at the old way of thinking. The traditional model says the black hole grew by eating. Imagine a black hole sitting in the middle of a cloud of gas. It slowly siphons that gas in, grew bit by bit over billions of years, and this is called accretion. But here is the catch. The math doesn't always add up. We have found supermassive black holes in the very early universes as well. If they grew only by eating gas, they wouldn't have had enough time to reach their massive sizes. It's like finding a fully grown oak tree in a forest that's only a week old. It shouldn't be possible. This led scientists to realize there must be another way, a faster, more aggressive way to build a giant. This brings us to the Cardiff University study. Led by a researcher in the School of Physics and Astronomy, the team looked away from the isolated stars and towards the dense star clusters. Imagine a crowded city during rush hour. Now imagine everyone in that city is a black hole. These clusters are the construction sites of the universe. Because everything is packed so tightly together, the gravity starts playing a high-stake game of bumper cars. Instead of a single black hole sitting quietly and eating gas, you have dozens, even hundreds of black holes swirling around each other. This is what we call a nuclear star cluster. It is the most extreme environment in a galaxy. It's the perfect factory for building a monster. The Cardiff team used massive computer simulations to track how these black hole interacts. They discovered a process called hierarchical merger. Think of it like a tournament bracket. Round 1. Two small black holes collide and merge into one medium-sized black hole. Round 2. That medium-sized black hole finds another medium one. They merge to become a large one. Round 3. The large one smashes into another even larger ones. So this isn't a birth, this is an assembly line. Every time they collide, they releases a massive ripple in space-time known as the gravitational waves. These ripples are like the sound of the construction work happening. The Cardiff study showed that the built method is incredibly efficient. It allows black hole to skip the slow process of eating gas and jumping straight to supermassive size or status by consuming their own kind. So, why should we care if the black hole is born or built? First, it solves the early universe mystery. If black holes can merge rapidly in these clusters, it explains how they got so big so fast shortly after the Big Bang. Secondly, it tells us where to look. If we want to find the next generation of black hole mergers, we need to point our telescopes like the James Webb or LIGO at these dense crowded star clusters. But there is a darker side to this as well. This build theory suggests that the most powerful objects in the universe are essentially serial mergers. They are made of remains of thousands of smaller stars and black holes that came before them. They are the ultimate scavengers. The universe isn't static place where things are simply born and stay that way. It's a dynamic, violent and creative construction zone. And thanks to the team at Cardiff University, we now know that the giants lurking in the dark weren't just lucky enough to be born big. They fought their way and increased their size. They were built collision by collision in the most crowded corners of the space. So next time when you look up at the night sky, remember the biggest things out there are often the one that has survived the most crashes. So if you enjoyed this deep dive into the cosmic construction site, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. And friends, what do you think is the built not born theory is a final piece of the puzzle? Let me know in the comments below. Stay curious and always, always stay glued to the news. And I will see you again in the next one. Before I take your leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, let us stop wasting 40% of our marketing budget on fragmented workflows. By applying the Vedic mathematical sutras to your B2B strategy, we can build a self-optimizing engine that eliminates creative friction instantly. Watch in this video how this ancient algorithm precision transforms erratic production into a predictable high velocity output architecture, delivering absolute operational excellence. So today we are going to break down why this modern marketing is failing to convert and how the principles of mental agility, pattern recognition and radical simplification can be applied to our business objectives. Discover how to move from brute force marketing to high speed strategic precision. Most B2B content strategy fail because they lack the geometric precision. We are re-engineering pipeline using the workflow to turn our production cycle into high-speed scaling engines. If you demand immediate ROI and move from chaotic cycles to predictable high-volume architecture, this synthesis of ancient math and modern distribution is your unfair advantage. Let's go and discuss this further. To build a self-optimizing scaling engine, a leader must shift from managing daily tasks to designing a point of reference system that functions with strategic precision. Drawing inspirations from the Shrestha, which is the distinguished individual who set the standard for others to follow in business. The goal is to create a hierarchy of consciousness where decisions making is rooted beyond the simple data and intellect. By integrating principles like nishkam, karma or action without desire for results, a CEO can focus on dedicated performance of duties and the structural integrity of the firm while detaching their emotional self-worth from fluctuating marketing outcomes. This approach leverages the same mental agility found in the ancient computational logic to strip away the noise of the modern complexity, allowing the business to scale through radical simplification and high-speed strategic alignment. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Most B2B leaders are trapped in the platform adoption cycle. You create one great insight, then spend 10 hours manually watering it down for LinkedIn, another 5 for your YouTube, and 3 more for email, newsletter, etc. It's a brute force scaling, and that is why your growth feels like a heavy lift. Today we are basically borrowing a principle from Vedic math to fix this. It is called the let me translate in English. It says by one more than the previous one. So in math, it's a shortcut for squaring numbers. In strategy, it is the formula for a self-optimizing scaling engine. The formula doesn't start with content. It starts with a core strategic insight. Think of this like a base 10. In Vedic logic, you don't recreate the number every time you square it. You simply look at what comes before and add 1 to it. Your first step is to identify your Shrestha insight, which is the distinguished point of reference that defines your expertise. If you are a business consultant, your insight isn't how to sell. It might be the hierarchy of decision making. Once this core is solidified, we stop creating and start recursing. And here is how we apply the formula, which is insight plus 1. Instead of manual adaptation, you build a recursive system. And there are certain steps here. Step 1 is your core video or article is the previous one, right? That means you need to work on plus 1 part of it. Step 2 is system identifies the one more, the unique technical requirement of the next channel, like for example LinkedIn poll or Twitter thread or YouTube short, etc. Step 3 is instead of rewriting the system, extract the logic. So by applying this plus 1 more logic, you aren't managing 16 different channels. You are managing one engine that views each channel as a simple mathematical iteration of the original truth. And this is the nishkam karma in marketing. You focus on the dedicated performance of the core duty and the result across the 16 channels become a calculated byproduct. So why 16? In Vedic math, we often work with 16 sutras. Imagine your scaling engine is a 4 by 4 grid, and so there are several things you can do actually with this. First is direct professionals can things like LinkedIn, newsletter, white paper, etc. You can also start working on the visual impact, which includes YouTube campaigns, Instagram, SlideShare, etc. You should also look at the real-time engagement like Twitter, threads, webinars, or internal/secondary initiatives like employee advocacy, client portals, and podcast. When the formula is automated using agentic AI or standardized framework, the engine takes your single core insight and calculates the one more needed for all 16 platforms simultaneously. You move from being a content creator to a strategic point of reference. The result is radical simplification. You stop being paralyzed by the outcome across every platform and start trusting the mathematical precisions of your system. You are no longer adapting to platforms. The platforms are adapting to your logic. And that is how you build a self-optimizing engine that scales while you focus on the next big shift. So in 2026, shift towards algorithmic oversight model makes a transition from manual content moderation to high-speed point of reference system that prioritize total brand integrity. By establishing a hierarchy of consciousness within the AI, these models move beyond simple data processing to ensure that every output aligns with the core strategy value of the firm. This structural approach allows leaders to apply the principle of Nishkam Karm, focusing on dedicated performance of the system's duty while detaching from the noise of individual platform fluctuations. Consequently, organizations can achieve a 10x increase in production speed using a recursive logic to scale a single core insight across 16 channels without sacrificing the Shreshtra, which is a standard of quality. This radical simplification effectively dismantles the complexity trap, transforming the CEO's role from the bottleneck of the manual approval to the architect of self-optimizing engines. To ensure the engine remains self-correcting, you must establish a feedback loop where each modular unit functions as a diagnostic sensor of the structural health of the next one. The system mirrors the hierarchy of consciousness where the lower level data points are continuously refined by high level point of reference. To prevent the complexity trap, by treating every channel output as recursive calculation, applying the logic of one more than the previous one, the engine identifies the misalignment in real time, allowing for radical simplification rather than manual troubleshooting. This structural integrity ensures that as production speed increases by 10x, the brand's core value remains protected through automated algorithmic oversight. Ultimately, this feedback loop enables a leader to practice Nishkam Karma, focusing on the dedicated maintenance of the engine's architecture while the system itself handles the burden of self-optimization. By mastering these ancient principles of logic and efficiency, you transition from a participant to the complexity, a participant in the complexity trap to the architect of the high-speed self-optimizing system. And this approach ensures the strategic growth is not just rapid but also rooted in the structural integrity and precision required for the 2026 landscape. As you implement the Vedic engine, you fulfill the role of the Shreshta, establishing a point of reference that defines the standards for the global B2B excellence. Focus on the dedicated performance of the system and let the calculated results across your 16 channels speaks for themselves. So friends, we have come to the end. I am CK, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. I'd love to hear from you and address any query, any opinion as well. See you in the next one. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing visual. So let's find out more about this. In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude Design, which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude Design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude Design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for fintech startup or a prototype layout for a mobile app. And watch that the AI generates polished, professional grade visuals. Presentation, one pager, product mock-ups, and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So, the launch of Claude Design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility and anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So, marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude Design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude Design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude Design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So, yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude Design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this episode of Akulmach World, we dive into one of the most baffling discoveries in the modern astronomy. And that is about a galaxy core that refuses to move. Current astrophysical models dictate that the galactical center, driven by a supermassive black hole and the gravitational dynamics, should exhibit specific rotation patterns. Yet, we have found a motionless core that completely defies the laws of physics. Is there a glitch in our observational technology, or we have discovered a fundamental flaw in our understanding of gravity and the cosmic evolution? Let's go and explore this further. Imagine you're watching a ballet. The dancers are fluid, moving in perfect rhythmic harmony. Suddenly, one dancer stops. They didn't stumble, they didn't slow down, they just freeze. They remain perfectly motionless while the rest of the stage continues its complex choreography. It's impossible, right? In the vast clockwork theater of our universe, galaxies are the ultimate dancers. For decades, we have relied on fundamental laws of gravity, angular momentum, and the sheer inertia of moving massive structures to explain why every galaxy we observe is spinning. But what if I told you that we have discovered a galaxy that defies this very basic logic? A galaxy core so still, so eerily static that it shouldn't exist according to our current astrophysical models. Today, on Akulmach World, we are stepping into the physics' newest nightmare. We are going to pull back the curtain on the motionless galaxy core, explore why it shatters our understanding of the cosmic evolution, and ask the ultimate question: is our map of universe fundamentally flawed? So friend, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Before we look at the anomaly, we have to understand the norms. Galaxies aren't just collection of stars. They are gravitational engines. Whether it is a spiral like our Milky Way or a massive elliptical, they almost always exhibit rotation. Think of it like a whirlpool in a bathtub. A water spiral towards the drain, it carries everything with it. Galaxies form from collapsing cloud of gas and dust due to conservation of angular momentum. That collapses, create a spin and a cosmic certainty. Historically, when astronomers look at the galaxy spectrum, they expected to see a messy, rotating distribution of stars and gas moving in and out, but collectively following a predictable rotation curve. Even when we see something weird, we assume it's just the angle of telescope or a chaotic merger. But this new discovery, and it is not the perspective trick, it's a genuine defiance of structural physics. So, what are we actually looking at? The astronomers have identified galaxies, some dating back to less than 2 billion years after the Big Bang, that simply aren't rotating. It's a standard model. The rotating galaxies are always standard, isn't it? These objects should be rotating disk, but their data shows stars moving in random disordered orderly manner or entirely static path. It's as if the whirlpool never started. Now there are theories. Some suggest these galaxies formed from the merger of two galaxies with nearly opposite angular momentum, essentially cancelling each other out, a cosmic stalemate. Others look at the role of the dark matter. We have seen in the recent news the groundbreaking research suggesting that in some cases we might not even be looking at the supermassive black hole at the center, but perhaps a super dense, compact core of fermionic dark matter that mimics a black hole and the black hole's gravitational shadow without the need of a traditional rotational mechanism. But even these theories feel like patchwork on a broken engine. When we find more of these still galaxies, it suggests that our standard model of how galaxies are born is actually missing a huge piece of puzzle. So why does this matter to you and me? Because it proves that our laws of universe are really just our best guesses so far. Every time we find a nightmare like this one, it's a signal that universe is far more diverse and stranger than our simulation predicted. If the galaxies can form and survive without the engines of rotation, it changes how we calculate the mass of the universe, how we understand dark matter distribution, and even how we view the history of our own galaxy. We are living through an era of astronomical upheaval. The more we see, the more we realize that the clockwork universe is actually a lot more mysterious than we ever dared to imagine. Is this galaxy a cosmic glitch, or is it the first clue to a new branch of physics we haven't even named yet? The search continues as we refine our data from telescopes like James Webb and the next generation of deep space scanners. One thing is certain: the universe doesn't owe us an easy explanation, and that's exactly why we keep looking. My name is Chandrakant. If you found this deep dive into the impossible as fascinating as I did, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe to Akulmach World for more deep dives into the science that shift our reality. And friends, I will also like to know what you think. Is this a failure of gravity or a hidden secret of the dark matter? Let me know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Before I go, I will like to speak few words about the affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, Nvidia is officially reinventing the PC. At Computex 2026, Jensen Huang unveiled the Nvidia RTX Spark, a revolutionary new ARM-based superchip designed to turn your Windows laptop into a powerful AI agent machine. In this video, we break down everything you need to know about this massive shift in computing. From its Blackwell GPU architecture and 20-core Grace CPU to the game-changing 128 GB of unified memory, the RTX Spark is positioned to take on the biggest name in the industry. If you look at how this chip enables 440p AAA gaming, 12K video editing, and the local AI agent processing, an ultra slim laptop from partners like Microsoft, Dell, and HP. Let's go. For 40 years, the way we use the computer hasn't really changed. You click, you type, you launch an app, you wait for it to process. It's been a tool. But what if your PC wasn't just a tool anymore? What if it was a teammate? Today at Computex 2026, Nvidia and the Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang officially announced that the PC is being reinvented. Say hello to Nvidia RTX Spark, a class of ARM-based superchip. This is set to redefine what we expect from our laptop and a compact desktop. This isn't just an incremental update, it's a full stack integration of a 30 years of Nvidia innovation, which is CUDA, RTX, DLSS, all shrunk down into a powerhouse meant for a slim all-day battery laptop. So what is the RTX Spark exactly is? It is a custom designed system on a chip built in collaboration with MediaTek. At its core, you're looking at the hybrid architecture. There are several things that we need to look at. First, starting with GPU. It features a Blackwell based RTX GPU with 6144 CUDA cores and 5th generation Tensor cores capable of hitting 1 petaflop of AI performance. Next is the CPU itself. The CPU paired with 20-core Grace CPU connected via NVIDIA NVLink C2C interconnect for lightning fast communication. Third, very important, is the memory. And this is perhaps the most impressive part. It supports up to 120 gigabytes of unified LPDDR5X memory, which is pretty fast. NVIDIA is targeting high-end, thin and light design. Think of 14 to 16 inches laptop, as thin as 14 millimeters and weighing around 1.3 kilogram category. They are promising all-day battery life, which, when you consider the raw performance, is a massive technical leap. But why the Spark name? It's about the agentic era. NVIDIA and Microsoft have been working together for years to build a native window experience for a personal AI agent. Instead of you opening 5 different apps to get work done, the RTX Spark is designed to run these AI agents locally. We are talking about models with 120 billion parameters and 1 billion token context windows, all running right on your device for a maximum privacy. Imagine an agent that can scan your inbox, draft responses, organize your schedule across multiple pieces of software, all without you lifting a finger. Through NVIDIA's OpenShell runtime, this is all handled securely on a local device, removing the latency and the privacy concerns of a cloud-based AI system. So if you are a creator or a gamer, this chip is a monster. And let's start with creators. And how does it, promote creativity? It has a tie-up with Adobe. Adobe is re-architecting Photoshop and Premiere from the ground up for RTX Spark. We are seeing claims of 2x faster performance in editing, coloring, and generative AI effects. You can render 90 GB plus 3D scene or edit 12K video natively on a laptop. And for gamers, what are the advantages? We are looking at AAA titles running at 1440p resolution at over 100 frames per second, with ray tracing enabled by utilizing DLSS and reflex. These machines are punching well above their weight class, closer to middle tier gaming rings from the standard Ultrabook. So when you can get one, NVIDIA confirmed that these machines will hit the market this fall. We are talking about partners across the board: Dell, HP, Asus, Lenovo, MSI, and of course Microsoft with their new Surface Laptop Ultra. HP is also bringing the platform to their OmniBook line, and we will even see compact desktop variants. This launch marks NVIDIA's most aggressive entry into the consumer PC space since the early days of Tegra chip. They are going head to head with Apple's M series and Qualcomm Snapdragon X chip, but they are bringing the entire CUDA and RTX ecosystem with them. The era of manual PC is ending and the era of agentic PC is beginning. Whether the RTX Spark becomes the new gold standard for high-end Windows laptop remains to be seen. But one thing is clear: NVIDIA is just shifting the entire industry's trajectory. So friends, what do you think? Is this the upgrade you have been waiting for, or are you holding out for most of the details on the basis of the pricing, on the basis of launch? Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to subscribe to Akulmach World for more deep dives into the future of technology. I am CK and I will see you soon, very soon, in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता होगा कि जो शनिवार का दिन होता है वो कर्म के स्वामी शनि जी को समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे, भगवान शनि महाराज की हम वंदना करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि एक छोटा सा मंत्र हम पढ़ेंगे, इसको 11 दफ़ा करेंगे और 11 दफ़ा करने के लिए आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें
और हम इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं हमेशा की तरह। आप जैसा मर्जी आप गिन सकते हैं, आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, आप अपने मन में भी गिन सकते हैं, लेकिन 11 दफ़ा करें। अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले आज शनिवार को, हर शनिवार को आप शनि जी का ध्यान करें। चलिए हाथ जोड़ के नमन करते हैं और उनकी आराधना हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनश्चरे नमः। 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 ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। ओम शन शनश्चर्ये नमः। तो दोस्तों 11 दफ़ा हमने आज भगवान शनि महाराज, जो कर्म के देवता होते हैं, आपके लाभ और आपके जो ट्रेजेक्टरी है उसके स्वामी शनि होते हैं। तो हमेशा अपना काम शुरू करने से पहले, स्पेशली शनिवार के दिन, भगवान की जरूर प्रार्थना कर लें। तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। आपका दिन शुभ हो। तब तक के लिए मैं आपसे इजाजत लेता हूं। अगले ही वीडियो में जल्दी ही मिलता हूं, कहीं मत जाएगा। नमस्कार।
Friends, the universe isn't just expanding, it is going somewhere. From the mysterious great attractor to the inevitable big freeze, where everything actually heading? That's a very big question that we want to address today. In this video, we trace the ultimate trajectory of every star, galaxy, and atom in existence. Have you ever wondered about the final destination of the cosmos while we go about our daily lives? Our Milky Way galaxy is screaming through space at 2.2 million kilometers per hour. But where it is going, what is pulling it? Let us discuss this further. Hello friends. In the high-stake world of corporate leadership, volatility is the only constant. But what separates a good leader from an unshakable one? In this video, we explore the profound wisdom of Bhagavad Gita and its direct application to the modern CEOs and different high leadership executives. We dive deep into the concept of samadhi, not as a mystical retreat, but as the ultimate state of the mental clarity and decision making. Let us proceed further on this thought.
परिवार केवल रिश्तों का नाम नहीं है, ये हमारे दिमाग और भावनाओं की असली प्रयोगशाला है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ समय बिताते हैं, हंसी बांटते हैं, सुख दुख साझा करते हैं, तो हमारे भीतर ऐसी मानसिक ऊर्जा पैदा होती है जो हमें जीवन के हर चुनौती से लड़ने की ताकत देती है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने यह साबित किया है कि परिवार का साथ दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। आज की तेज रफ्तार दुनिया में जहां तनाव और अकेलापन बढ़ रहा है, परिवार ही वह सुरक्षा आश्रय है जो हमें स्थिरता, आत्मविश्वास और मानसिक शांति प्रदान करता है। यह केवल एक सामाजिक इकाई नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी सोच, हमारी स्मृति, हमारी भावनाओं का आधार है। चलिए इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। मानव जीवन में परिवार केवल रिश्तों का समूह नहीं है, बल्कि ये हमारी मानसिक और भावनात्मक ऊर्जा का भी स्रोत है। हाल के अध्ययनों ने ये उजागर किया है कि परिवार के साथ समय बिताना दिमाग की कार्य क्षमता को बढ़ाता है और भावनात्मक दृढ़ता को पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी मजबूत करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ बैठते हैं, बातचीत करते हैं, हंसी मजाक जो है वो साझा करते हैं या कठिन समय में एक दूसरे का सहारा बनते हैं, तो दिमाग में सकारात्मक रसायन सक्रिय होते हैं। ऑक्सीटोसिन और डोपामिन जैसे हार्मोन्स हमारे भीतर खुशी और सुरक्षा की भावना जगाते हैं। ये केवल क्षणिक आनंद नहीं, बल्कि दीर्घकालीन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य का आधार है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय बच्चों के लिए विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है। माता पिता और दादा दादी के साथ संवाद बच्चों के दिमाग में भाषा, स्मृति और भावनात्मक संतुलन को मजबूत करता है। यही कारण है कि जिन बच्चों का पारिवारिक वातावरण सहयोगी और स्नेहपूर्ण होता है, वे जीवन की चुनौतियों का सामना अधिक आत्मविश्वास से कर सकते हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी परिवार मानसिक ऊर्जा का स्रोत है। कामकाज और सामाजिक दबावों के बीच परिवार का साथ तनाव को कम करता है। जब हम अपने प्रियजनों के साथ भोजन करते हैं, कहानियां सुनते हैं या बस साथ में बैठते हैं, तो दिमाग की थकान दूर होती है और सोचने समझने की क्षमता बढ़ती है। अध्ययनों ने ये भी इस दिखाया कि परिवार का साथ बिताने से भावात्मक दृढ़ता, जिसको कि इमोशनल रेजिलियंस कहते हैं, वो भी बढ़ती है। इसका अर्थ ये है कि व्यक्ति कठिन परिस्थितियों में भी टूटता नहीं है एक्चुअली, बल्कि संभल कर आगे बढ़ता है। ये दृढ़ता केवल एक पीढ़ी तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि बच्चों और आने वाली पीढ़ियों में भी ट्रांसफर होती है। इस प्रकार परिवार का एक जीवंत अगर रूप देखा जाए तो वो विद्यालय से कम नहीं है, जहां हम धैर्य, सहयोग और प्रेम सीखते हैं। 2026 के संदर्भ में ये और भी महत्वपूर्ण है। आधुनिक जीवन की तेज रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और सामाजिक चुनौतियों के बीच परिवार ही वह स्थान है जहां मनुष्य को अपनी जड़ों से जोड़ता है, और ये जुड़ाव माइंड को स्थिरता देता है और व्यक्ति को मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ बनाए रखने में मदद करता है। अगर देखा जाए तो परिवार केवल सामाजिक संस्था नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक भावात्मक शक्ति का केंद्र है। परिवार के साथ बिताया गया समय दिमाग को सक्रिय करता है, भावनाओं को संतुलित करता है और जीवन को सार्थक बनाता है। ये एक ऐसा विशेष, या कह सकते हैं विशेष मोड है या एक निवेश है, जो न केवल वर्तमान को उज्जवल करता है, बल्कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी दृढ़ और सक्षम बनाता है। यदि आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके ये बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमसे जुड़े हैं, किस सिटी से आप हमको देख पा रहे हैं और किस भाषा में ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। अब चलिए इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। 2026 में और आने वाले वर्षों में पारिवारिक जो इकाई है, कई वैश्विक चुनौतियों का सामना कर सकती है, और वो अभी कर भी रही है। आधुनिक जीवन की रफ्तार, तकनीकी दबाव और आर्थिक असमता के और प्रवास के कारण परिवारों में दूरी बढ़ रही है। थोड़े वो अलग हो रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर हो रहे हैं, लेकिन वास्तविक समय और आत्मीयता को कम कर दिया गया है इस पूरे प्रकरण में। और कई देशों में तो एकल परिवारों की संख्या बढ़ रही है, जिसमें बुजुर्गों का अकेलापन, बच्चों का भावात्मक असंतुलन सामने आ रहा है। इन चुनौतियों का समाधान परिवार के भीतर सचेत प्रयास से ही संभव है। सबसे पहले परिवार को समय देना आवश्यक है। साझा भोजन, बातचीत, उत्सवों में भागीदारी से भावात्मक जुड़ाव मजबूत होता है। दूसरा, तकनीक का संतुलन उपयोग करना चाहिए ताकि डिजिटल दुनिया वास्तविक संबंधों पर हावी ना हो। और तीसरा, कि शिक्षा और सामाजिक नीतियों में परिवार केंद्रित दृष्टिकोण अपनाना होगा, जिससे बच्चे और बुजुर्ग दोनों को सहयोग और सुरक्षा मिले। तो अब हम अंत तक पहुंच चुके हैं, और ये एक बार और आपके लिए दोहराना चाहते हैं कि परिवार केवल सामाजिक संरचना नहीं है, बल्कि मानसिक और सकारात्मक शक्ति का आधार है। यदि हम 2026 और आगे की चुनौतियों का सामना करना चाहते हैं तो परिवार को प्राथमिकता देनी होगी ताकि वह शक्ति और दिमाग को स्थिर करने में सहयोग दे और भावनाओं को और भी दृढ़ बनाती रहे और ये पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी जीवन को संतुलित और सार्थक बनाए रख सकती है। सो ये आज का डिस्कशन था। आप से गुजारिश है कि आप इस टॉपिक पर अपने कमेंट हमको लिखकर भेजिए। इसके साथ ही कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब करना मत भूलिए। मिलते हैं दूसरे एक डिस्कशन में, तब तक विदा, नमस्कार।
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। आज है जून 22, 22 जून है आज। आज सोमवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता है कि जो सोमवार का दिन होता है वो भगवान शिव के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, भगवान की स्तुति करेंगे। एक मंत्र है जिसका हम जाप करेंगे 11 दफ़ा। और आप सबको पता है कि मैं एक काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, तो ये काउंटर आप भी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। और नहीं तो आप जैसा ये काउंटर है, जैसा आप आसान समझें, माला का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। लेकिन 11 दफ़ा आप मेरे साथ जुड़ें और इसका रिसाइटेशन करें। तो महामृत्युंजय का जाप करेंगे, ठीक है? तो भगवान का नमन कर लीजिए, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए और उनको याद करिए। और हम अब शुरू करते हैं अपनी पूजा। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात्। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात्। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि। भगवन्त मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय। तो दोस्तों, आज की हमारी पूजा समाप्त हुई। हमने आज महामृत्युंजय का जाप किया। भगवान शंकर को ये समर्पित है। तो आपका दिन शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ आज हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। जल्दी मिलते हैं दूसरे वीडियो में, तब तक कहीं मत जाइएगा।
Friends, A very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further. For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and the startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the technosignature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached a fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomers like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was, if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker. These signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future. It is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this. We have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing signal fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone? anymore. The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, do you know how do the world's most resilient CEOs maintain absolute focus while others crumble under pressure? It's a very big question. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita and try to answer this question. Bhagavad Gita offers a timeless blueprint for high-stake leadership, and we explore the concept of duality, the swinging pendulum between success and failure, and how it creates a delusion that clouds executive judgment. Let's go and discuss this further. Think about the last time your company landed a major contract or exceeded the quarterly projections. You felt on top of the world, right? Now think about the last time a key hire resigned or a product launch flopped. That sinking feeling in your gut, that's the CEO's pendulum. Most leaders spend their entire career swinging between these two poles, the euphoria of success and the anxiety of failure. We call it the grind, but the Bhagavad Gita calls it something else. Bhagavad Gita says duality. In chapter 7 and verse 28, Bhagwan Krishna offers a profound solution to this exhaustion. He speaks of a state where a leader is no longer a slave to these swings, a state of leadership beyond duality. And today we are going to break down this verse to see how the ancient wisdom can solve the most modern executive problems, which is the loss of focus. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's look at the verse itself. It says, and the quote starts, "Those who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from dualities of delusion and serve me with determination." Quote close. To a modern CEO, the pious and sinful might sound like religious jargon. But let's translate them into executive language. Pious action is integrity. It's doing the right thing when no one is looking. It is building a company's culture on transparency rather than shortcuts. Sinful action is exploitation. It is the growth at all cost mindset that burn out employees and cut corners on quality. Bhagwan Krishna is saying that your past and your present integrity creates a clearing in your mind. When you lead with ethics, you remove the noise of guilt and fear. Only then you are freed from the dualities of the delusion. What is this delusion of duality? In the boardroom, duality is the belief that I am the last win, alright, or I am the last lose. When you are stuck in a duality, your decision making becomes reactive. If the market is up, we become overconfident and take reckless risk. If the market is down, we become paralyzed by fear and micromanage. This is the delusion. We believe these external fluctuations define our worth and our company's future. But Bhagavad Gita teaches that these are merely passing seasons. A leader stuck in duality is like a ship without a keel tossed by every wave. A leader who has moved beyond duality is the lighthouse. The storm is still there, but the lighthouse doesn't move. The final part of the verse mentions that these leaders serve with great determination. This isn't the hustle culture, the kind of determination where you drink 10 coffees and work 20 hours a day. This is deep determination. It is the ability to stay committed to a 10-year vision even when the 10-month data looks grim. Why can't we do this? Because they aren't seeking worship from the market or the media. They have found a higher purpose for the CEO. This worship and service translate to serving the mission. When you are freed from the ego-driven need to win every single day, you gain a superpower, which is patience. You become capable of making the hard right decisions instead of easy wrong ones. So, how do you apply Gita 7.28 tomorrow morning in your boardroom or in your office? There are few steps that you need to take. First is the integrity audit. Look at your current project. Is there any sinful action, any shortcut, or lack of transparency that is causing subconscious anxiety? Clean the slate to gain mental clarity. Number 2, label the duality. When a crisis hit, say to yourself, this is just the duality of the failure. Don't let it become your identity. Similarly, when you win, say, this is just the duality of success and stay leveled. Third is find your me. Krishna says, serve me. For you, identify the highest good your company can serve. Is it solving a problem? Helping customer? When you serve the mission rather than your ego, determination becomes effortless. The world doesn't need more CEOs who ride the emotional roller coaster of the stock market. We need leaders who are grounded in something deeper. By living a life of integrity, past and present, you earn the right to be calm. You earn the right to be clear. And most importantly, you earn the right to lead with determination that doesn't waver when the wind changes direction. So as you go back to your team today, remember, success and failure are just two sides of the same coin. Your job is to be the hand that holds the coin, not the coin itself. Lead with integrity, lead beyond duality. Friends, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to me. If you have any questions, please feel free to send it across. Before I end this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, is the Big Bang singularity a myth? For decades, Einstein's general relativity and the quantum mechanics have been at war. While Einstein explained the cosmos and the quantum mechanics explained the subatomic, they break down at the very beginning of the time. Enter quadratic gravity, the potential missing piece that could finally unify the physics. In this video, we dive deep into the recent breakthrough in quadratic gravity. Unlike standard general relativity, which leads to impossible singularity, quadratic gravity introduces higher order terms. This mathematical addition might prevent universe from hitting a zero, suggest a smooth, finite origin of our cosmos. Let us explore this further. For over 100 years, we have lived in Einstein's universe. His theory of general relativity is a masterpiece. It explains how gravity shapes galaxies, bend light, and keep time ticking. But if you rewind the cosmic clock back to 13.8 billion years, Einstein math does not do anything. In fact, it does something terrifying. It breaks down. At the very moment of the Big Bang, the general relativity points to a singularity, a point of infinite density and zero volume. In physics, infinite usually means we have missed something. It's a keep out sign posted by the universe. For decades, we have been looking for a bridge between the smooth curves of Einstein's gravity and the jittery, pixelated world of quantum mechanics. We have tried string theory, loop quantum gravity, and dozens of others, but a new old contender is making a wave, right? That is known as quadratic gravity. Today we are going beyond the Big Bang to see if this mathematical breakthrough is the missing piece of the cosmic puzzle. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. To understand the solution, we have to understand the failure. Einstein's gravity is based on Einstein-Hilbert action. In simple terms, it says that the matter tells space how to curve, and space tells matter how to move. This works perfectly for planets and stars. But when compress the entire mass of the universe into a smaller space than an atom, gravity becomes infinitely stronger. In the standard model, this leads to mathematical blow-up. This is where the quantum mechanics usually steps in. But gravity is a non-renormalizable factor here, or a component. When physicists try to apply quantum rules to gravity, they get nonsensical result, which are infinite probabilities that makes it impossible to calculate anything. Gravity and quantum mechanics are like two languages that refuse to be translated together. So how does the quadratic gravity fix this? It does something deceptively simple. In Einstein's original equation, the math only cares about the linear curvature of the space. Quadratic gravity says, what if we add the square of that curvature to the equation? In the world of math, these are called the higher derivative terms. At the scale of our solar system, these terms are so tiny they are almost invisible. Einstein's original math still rules the day. But as you get closer to Big Bang, where curvature becomes extreme, these quadratic turns on and they act like a cosmic buffer. Instead of letting the universe collapse into a single infinite point, these terms create a repulsive effect or smoothing mechanism. Think of it like a car suspension. On a flat road, you don't feel the spring. But when you hit a massive pothole, the Big Bang, the spring compresses and prevents the car from bottoming out. Quadratic gravity prevents the universe from bottoming out into a singularity. The most exciting part is this theory is, renormalizable. In the year 1970, physicist Stella Still provided or proved that by adding these quadratic terms, the infinities in quantum gravity actually cancels out each other. For the first time, we had a version of the gravity that could play by quantum rules. So what does this mean for the Big Bang? If the quadratic gravity is correct, there was no beginning in the way we think of it. There was no point of zero volume. Instead, the universe might have reached a maximum density and then transitioned smoothly or even bounced from a previous state. It suggests a smooth origin, a universe that is finite, calculable, and most importantly, logical. It removes the magic of singularity and replaces it with elegance of higher order geometry. So, is the quadratic gravity the missing piece? It's not without its own problem. Some physicists worry about the ghost, mathematical states that have negative probability, which could then threaten the stability of the theory. But the recent work in phacons and a new mathematical framework are starting to bust these ghosts. We are currently in the golden age of cosmology with new telescopes and the gravitational wave detectors. We are looking closer to the echoes of the Big Bang than ever before. If we find specific pattern in the cosmic microwave background radiation, it might just prove that quadratic gravity was at work in those first few billionth of a second. If Einstein gave us the map of the stars, quadratic gravity might finally give us the map of the beginning. So, what do you think, friends? Did the universe start from nothing, or is it a continuous cycle of geometry? Let me know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more journeys into the deep fabric of reality. My name is CK. Thanks for watching. Before I go, I'd like to share a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज 2 जून का तारीख है आज, और आज तो मंगलवार है। तो आज अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम हनुमान जी की प्रार्थना करेंगे और हम हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़े और हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करें। चलिए शुरू करते हैं। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निज मन मुकुर सुधार, वर्णव रघुबर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके, सुमरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरेउ क्लेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तेहु लोक उजागर। रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुवेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा बराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सियहि दिखावा, विकट रूप धरी लंक जरावा। भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज सवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बढ़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत संभाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ थे, कवि कोविद कही सके कहाँ थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव ही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लील्यो ताही मधुर फल जानू। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जलधि लांग गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुमरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन ते समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों युग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस्सिधि नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुबर पुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे बंदी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साकी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुरभू। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। चलिए आज अपना दिन शुरू करते हैं। नमस्कार।
Friends, we all know that the stars, when they run out of their fuel, explodes into a supernova, especially the kind of star which are much larger than sun. They have to be larger than sun in order to become a supernova. However, there are certain stars which don't simply explode, they turn into a hot blowtorch. And this is a very specific phenomena, and to understand this type of supernova we will take a deep dive into high energy astrophysics, and we will examine this phenomena which is known as hotter than hell, also known in scientific term as the fast blue optical transient, and also known as the blue death. What is this phenomena? Let us explore this further. Hello friends, The big question that we want to tackle today is, can the ancient wisdom make you a better leader in 2026? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 8 to uncover the secret of equanimity for modern executives, which is very essential. We will discover why the most successful CEOs aren't just masters of the market, they are the master of their own mind. Let us explore this further.
In the world of high-stake business, we are taught to chase the gold. We celebrate the record-breaking IPOs, the quarterly wins, and the market dominance. On the flip side, we are taught to fear the mud, the PR crisis, the missed targets, and the economic downturns. But as a CEO, and all CEO knows this constant oscillation between euphoria and anxiety is quite exhausting. It leads to burnout, biased decision making, and the leadership style that is reactive rather than strategic. What if there is a way to lead from the place of total stability, a state of mind where your internal peace isn't tied to the stock ticker? Over 7,000 years ago, a profound piece of wisdom was shared on a battlefield that is more relevant to the modern boardroom than any MBA syllabus. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 8. Today we are going to dive deep and break down how this one verse can transform you into an unshakable CEO. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself. The quote starts, "A person is said to be established in self-realization and it's called a yogi when he is fully satisfied by the virtue of the acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it is pebbles, stone, or gold, as one and the same thing." Quote close. For a CEO, this doesn't mean you stop caring about your company. It means you change your relationship with the results. The verse identifies three key areas, three key traits of the unshakable leaders. First, acquired knowledge combined with practical experience. Obviously, you can't shake that off. Number two, control over the senses, which includes your ego as well, and also different kinds of extensions that you may have. Number three, ability to see stones and mud and gold with an equal eye, right? That is quite difficult. Now let's get real about the gold and mud. Just look at your office. The gold is that massive Series C funding or being featured on the cover of Forbes magazine. When things are gold, your ego expands. We think we have figured it out, all of it. We become overconfident, take reckless risk, and lose the humility that built the company in the first place. The mud is the supply chain collapse, the key executive quitting, or the negative cycle, some sort of a press release which is negative in nature. When we hit the mud, we panic. We make short-term decisions based on fear, which often makes the situation worse. The Gita tells us that the self-realized leader sees these as equal. Why? Because they are both external and temporary. If your happiness is tied to the gold, you are a slave to the market. If your identity is destroyed by the mud, you aren't leading. You are merely reacting. The unshakable CEO realizes that the value of the soul and the integrity of the mission do not change based on the material outcome of the day. How do we actually implement this? It comes down to three pillars. Pillar number one, knowledge versus realization. Most CEOs have the gyan, which is book knowledge. They know the spreadsheet, but the Gita tells you to get into realized wisdom. This is the gut feeling backed by a calm mind. It is knowing that this too shall pass, right? So what action you can take? When the crisis hit, don't just look at the data. Sit in silence for 5 minutes to separate your identity from the problem. All right, moving on to the pillar number 2, sensory mastery. In modern terms, this is the emotional intelligence. Your senses react to notification, angry emails, and market rumors. A leader, who has a filter, they can choose which input to react to. They don't let a bad morning meeting ruin a $1 billion afternoon strategy, right? You need to keep them separate. Moving on to pillar number 3, the equal vision. This is the hardest part. Seeing gold and stones as equal doesn't mean you trade gold for stones. It means you don't let the gold intoxicate you and you don't let the stones depress you. You remain your behavior is very steadfast like a rock, the unchanging center of the storm. When you become unshakable, your decisions making capability improves. In fact, it improves so good it becomes clinical in nature. Think of a surgeon. A surgeon cannot afford to be excited by the patient's wealth or disgusted by their wounds. They must see their anatomy as it is to perform the operation. The unshakable CEO performs market surgery because you aren't desperate for the gold or terrified of the mud. You see the truth of the situation. You see opportunities where others see disaster. You see risk where others see easy wins. This objectivity is the highest form of business intelligence. Becoming an unshakable CEO isn't the weekend workshop. It's a daily practice of returning to your center. So friends, next time when you are in a high pressure meeting or the next time you are in celebrating some sort of a win, a massive win, remember chapter 6 verse 8. Ask yourself, am I reacting to the gold or am I standing on the rock? Success is a byproduct of the steady mind. Build the mind and the business will follow. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonates with you, hit the subscribe button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to find their center today. Lead with wisdom, lead with peace, become an unshakable CEO. So we have come to the end of our session today. Before I move on to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और आज है जून 8 और आज तो सोमवार है। सभी को पता है कि सोमवार का दिन भगवान शिव के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान की स्तुति करके, प्रार्थना करके, और हर रोज की तरह हम एक मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करेंगे। बहुत ही सिंपल सा मंत्र है। इससे भगवान शंकर बहुत खुश होते हैं और आपको काफी सहायता मिलती है अपने रुके हुए कामों को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। तो हम ये काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे जैसे कि हर रोज करते हैं। 11 दफा महामृत्युंजय का जाप करेंगे। तो आप सब मेरे साथ जुड़ें और हाथ जोड़ के नमन करें भगवान शंकर का ध्यान लगाएं और महामृत्युंजय का जाप हम शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकम यजामहे सुगंधिम पुष्टिवर्धनम उर्वारुकमिव बंधनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् संज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन्त मृत्युम जय शिवम अवयामि। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय। तो दोस्तों, आज हमारा जो भगवान की पूजा है या स्तुति है हमारी समाप्त होती है। अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। आप भी अपना दिन शुरू करें और आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। चलिए, थोड़ी देर में मिलता हूं दूसरे वीडियो में। Hello friends and namaskaram. What if the secret to stress-free leadership and the ultimate corporate alignment was written thousands of years ago? Therefore, in this video, we break down knowledge mentioned in Bhagavad Gita and translate its timeless wisdom into actionable strategies for the modern business leaders, CEOs, and executives. We will discover how shifting your mindset from ownership to offerings can radically transform your corporate strategy, eliminate executive burnout, and drive purposeful leadership. Whether you are managing a startup or leading a global corporation, learning how to detach from the outcome while elevating daily execution is the ultimate competitive advantage. Let's go. Every year, hundreds of books are published on corporate leadership. We are told to focus on KPIs, OKRs,
quarterly earnings, and agile scaling. We buy into the myth that a great CEO is a master controller, someone who can bend the market, the competition, and their teams to their absolute will. But if you look closely behind the glass walls of the modern corner office, you will find a hidden epidemic: executive burnout. And is it an all time high right now? The pressure to constantly deliver results create a toxic cycle of anxiety, fear of failure, and emotional exhaustion. Why? Because the modern business teaches us that we are the sole owner of our outcomes. When the company wins, our ego spikes. When it fails, our identity shatters. What if the antidote to this brutal cycle isn't another management framework? What if the key to ultimate executive alignment and the true peace of mind was written over thousands of years ago on a battlefield? Today we are looking at a single verse from the ancient text, the Bhagavad Gita, which is chapter 9 and verse 27. It offers radical paradigm shift, and it basically offers a new kind of blueprint that can upgrade a CEO's internal operating system from stress controller to an aligned, unstoppable visionary. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's move ahead. So, in this chapter, Bhagwan Krishna is speaking to Arjun, a warrior prince facing an overwhelming crisis of duty and identity. In verse 27, Krishna gives him a deceptively simple directive, and the quote starts: whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer, whatever you give in charity, and whatever austerity you can perform, do that, O son of Kunti, as an offering unto me. And the quote closed. Now, at a glance, a corporate executive might look at this and think, this is a religious text about devotion. What does this have to do with my Q3 strategy or managing a multi-million dollar budget? The answer is everything. Let's break down the language of this verse through the lens of the modern leadership. Bhagwan Krishna outlines 5 years of life, and when you map them into life of a CEO, a spectacular framework emerges. So, whatever you do, the first phrase, this is your core execution. The emails you send, the board meetings you chair, the strategic pivots you execute, etc. Next, whatever you eat. This represents what you consume, not just food, but data, media, energy that you absorb and sustain yourself. Next, whatever you offer. This is your sacrifices, the late night, the hard work, the creative energy you pour into your enterprise, etc. Next, whatever you give in charity. This is your philanthropy, your corporate social responsibility, and how you take care of your stakeholders and employees. Next, whatever austerity you perform. These are your challenges and disciplines. Firing a toxic executive, managing a market downturn, or making a difficult ethical decision. The verse ends with a golden rule: do it as an offering to me. The traditional CEO operates from an ownership mindset. They believe this is my company, these are my matrices, this is my legacy, and I am responsible for this final result. While this sounds accountable, it is psychologically fragile. When you believe your own outcome, you tie yourself and your worth to the variables you cannot fully control, like inflation, geopolitical shifts, or sudden market disruptions. The Gita introduces the offering mindset. It asks the leader to shift from being owner to being the custodian or the steward. So when you treat your daily corporate duties as an offering to a higher power, whether you define that as a divine, the universe, or transcendent higher purpose, the entire nature of your work changes. Think about how you behave when you prepare a gift or an offering for someone you deeply respect. You don't cut corners, you don't do a sloppy work, you bring your absolute best, you bring perfection. Therefore, the offering mindset does not make a CEO lazy or passive. In fact, it drives a higher standard of excellence. You build the best product not out of greed or for profit, but because your work is highly devoted. You treat your employees with profound respect because managing them is a sacred duty entrusted to you. So, practically speaking, what happens when a CEO achieves this ultimate alignment? These are three immediate breakthroughs that you can experience. First, immunity to fear and anxiety. When a product launch fails or a funding round fails through an owner spiral into a panic. But an aligned leader says, I put my best intelligence, ethics, and effort into this as an offering. The outcome is not in my hand. This detachment gives you a quite unshakable calm that allows you to pivot rationally while your competitors are panicking. Second, radical ethical clarity. So, if your work is an offering to the divine, you cannot offer something tainted by corruption, deceit, or exploitation. It forces a CEO to naturally align with conscious capitalism. Success is no longer measured solely by the balance sheet, but by the integrity of the process. Third, magnetic leadership. Employees can sense when a CEO is driven purely by ego and personal net worth versus when they are driven by a higher calling. When you lead from a place of offerings, your leadership becomes selfless. That selflessness builds deep, unbreakable trust across your entire organization. So, as we close today, I want to leave you with practical challenges. You don't have to change your corporate structure to implement Chapter 9, verse 27. You only have to change your internal intent. Tomorrow morning, before you open your laptop, before you look at your phone, sit at your desk for just 60 seconds. Take a deep breath. Look at your schedule for the day and mentally say this. Every decision I make, every email I write, every conflict I resolve today, I will do it to the absolute best of my ability and I offer it up to the higher good. Take off the heavy, suffocating crown of being the sole controller of your business. Step into your true role as an aligned leader, because when your daily execution meets a timeless vision, you don't just build a successful company, you build a lasting legacy, and you will find peace in the process. So friends, thanks for watching. If this perspective resonated with you, please hit that like button, share this with your fellow leaders who need to hear it, and subscribe for more deep dive into timeless wisdom for the modern life. Lead with purpose, excel with detachment, and friends, I will see you in the next one. Before I leave you in this video, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount
please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before modern medicine built its labs, ancient India nurtured a science of life that saw health as a harmony, healing as compassion. At the heart of this tradition stood Charak, the physician sage whose Charak Samhita became the cornerstone of the Ayurveda. He was not merely cataloging herbs or treatment, he was shaping a philosophy where the well-being of human, animals, and the environment were inseparably bounded. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as one of the most luminous threads. A physician, a philosopher, and the scientist of the 2nd century CE, Charak is remembered as the principal architect of Ayurveda, the science of life. His magnum opus, the Charak Samhita, is not merely a medical text but a holistic philosophy of health, weaving together the mind, the body, and the spirit, and the environment into a unified vision of well-being. Charak's genius lay in his insistence that health was not the absence of disease but the balance of forces. He articulated the Tridosha theory, which is called Vat, Pith and Kapha. That means the force of movement and the transformation and the structure derived from the element of the nature. So as he actually mentioned, it is as a governing principle of philosophy and physiology. So these are not mystic abstraction but keen observations of how body respond to diet, climate, stress and lifestyle. In his view, medicines were not about suppressing the symptoms but restoring the harmony. His philosophy resonated deeply in 2026 when modern medicine increasingly embraces personalized care, preventive health, and integrative approach. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, about Charak, equally profound was Charak's emphasis on prevention. He prescribed a daily regime, that is dincharya, but that's what we call in Hindi. Then the second option he has given, seasonal routine, which is ritucharya, and dietary discipline as the pillar of resilience. He warned against the excess, idleness, and the neglect of nature's rhythm. Today, as the humanity faces epidemics of lifestyle diseases, diabetic, hypertension, obesity, his preventive ethos feels prophetic. And the public health campaign echoes his wisdom. Lifestyle is a medicine and balance is survival. Charak also recognized the inseparability of human and animals. His text include reference to veterinary care, acknowledging that the health of domesticated animals are vital to agrarian societies. In 2026, his vision expand into the modern concept of health, which link human, animal, environmental well-being. Zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debate about animal welfare remind us that the Charak's holistic worldview was centuries ahead of its time. The Charak Samhita catalogued hundreds of medical plants and minerals and formulations. Many of these are like turmeric, neem, ashwagandha. They are now globally recognized for their therapeutic properties. In 2026, the pharmacological and research continues to validate Charak's pharmacy and the kind of formation he actually written in his Charak Samhita, and offering sustainable alternative to synthetic drugs. His insistence on empirical observation and documentation of foreshadows the scientific method itself. Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine into ethics and ecology. He demanded that physician embody compassion, humanity, and humility and discipline while treating patient as a whole being rather than simply a medical case. So in an era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgeries, his reminder that the healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but empathy remains irreplaceable. So equally, Charak's ecological sensibility feels urgent in the age of climate crisis. He viewed human as inseparable from their environment and emphasizing harmony with nature. The pollution of air, water, and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical issue also. So his integrated worldview offers guidance for planetary health, reminding us that the well-being of human, animal cannot be divorced from well-being of Earth itself. Looking ahead, the scope of Charak's vision in 2026 and the beyond is vast. Ayurveda is no longer confined to India. It is a part of global movement towards the integrative medicines. AI-driven diagnostics, genetic engineering, and space medicine may dominate headlines, but Charak's principle of balance, prevention, compassion remain timeless. His legacy challenges to ensure that science serve life, not merely a survival, that medicine heal not only body but communities and ecosystem and of course future. So Charak's voice carried across millennia remind us that health is not a conquest but a care, not a control but a balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass for navigating the complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, rooted in the respect of all lives, all living beings. So, when we talk about Charak's vision is never confined to the boundaries of his era. It was a philosophy meant to endure. In his teaching, health was not a privilege but a responsibility. Not a fleeting cure but a lifelong balance. He saw human, animal, and the environment as a thread of the same fabric, each dependent on other for the strength and the survival. The worldview resonated powerfully in 2026 when the challenges of climate change, zoonotic diseases, and the lifestyle disorder demand a holistic response. Ayurveda, as shaped by Charak, is not a relic of the past but a living system evolving along the side of modern science. It is its emphasis on prevention, compassion, and ecological harmony offers a compass for medicine in the age of AI. Biotechnology, planetary health, as researchers validate ancient formulations and integrate them with a cutting edge therapies, Charak's legacy continues to expand and bridging the tradition, innovation, humanity, and nature. So, again, we will actually understand the story of Charak is ultimately a reminder. A healing is not a conquest, but definitely a care. And in the pulse of Ayurveda, we hear his enduring message that well-being is not only for today, but for tomorrow, and for all the life that walks, flies, swim, and breathe beneath the same sky. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments on this topic. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, what does a 7,000-year-old text have to teach today's high-performing executives? In this video, we break down knowledge obtained from Bhagavad Gita and reveal why modern CEOs are using its timeless wisdom to build inclusive, high-trust corporate culture. Whether you are a startup founder, a corporate executive, or an inspiring manager, this video will change how you look at the modern leadership, employee retention, and organizational growth. Let's go. Think about the last time you heard the phrase psychological safety or radical inclusivity. If you track modern corporate trends, you probably read these terms weekly in Harvard Business Review or hear them being discussed by Silicon Valley founders. We treat these concepts as the cutting edge of the 21st century organizational psychology. But what if I told you that the ultimate blueprint for inclusive leadership wasn't written by a modern HR consultant, but was laid down over 7,000 years ago on a battlefield? Today, an increasing number of global CEOs and top executives are looking past standard management textbook. Instead, they are tuning it to ancient wisdom, specifically Bhagavad Gita. They aren't looking at it solely as a religious text, but as a master class in human psychology, crisis management, and leadership. Therefore, in this video, friends, we are diving deep into one specific revolutionary verse, which is mentioned in chapter 9, and the verse is verse 32. We are going to unpack how this ancient verse holds the exact key to solving the modern corporate world's biggest challenges, which are employee retention, diversity, equity, building high performance, high trust culture. So friends, before we move forward, and if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look directly at the verse in chapter 9, verse 32. Bhagwan Krishna says to Arjun, and the quote starts, all those who seeks my protection attain the supreme goal, O Parth, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities. And quote close. Now, at first glance, as a traditional reading focuses on spiritual liberation, that the divine is accessible to everyone equally. But when a modern leader look at this text through the lens of the organizational design, the word protection and the phrase attain the supreme goal takes a powerful corporate parallel. In the ancient times, caste or qualities dictated what a person was allowed to achieve. That was a rigid system. In verse 32, Bhagwan Krishna completely shatters that hierarchy. He democratizes success. He states unambiguously that the path to highest peak is open to every single individual without the exception, provided they are given the right environment of security. For a modern CEO, this isn't just a philosophy. This is a framework for democratizing success within an enterprise. Let's isolate the first core pillar of the verse. All those who seek my protection, and quote close. What does the protection means in 2026 corporate boardroom? It means psychological safety. Harvard Business School professors Amy Edmondson defined the psychological safety as a shared belief that a team is safe for interpersonal risk taking. It means an employee knows they won't be punished, humiliated, or marginalized for speaking up, making a mistake, or offering a radical ideas. When CEO establish a protection or safety at the top, it fundamentally changes the human behavior. Think about it. When your workforce is operating in fear, fear of layoff, fear of toxic managers, fear of biases, their brains are stuck in survival mode. Innovation dies. Diversity becomes a hollow HR matrix rather than a competitive advantage. By taking inspiration from verse 32, a mindful CEO realizes that their primary job is not micromanager or to manage a matrix which is derived from micromanaging, but to build a fortress of trust. When your team feels safe under your leadership, they don't just do their jobs, they strive for what the verse calls and that is the supreme goal, which in a business context means peak performance and self-actualization. Let's move to the second part of the verse, and the quote starts, irrespective of their gender, caste, or qualities, quote close. This is where the Gita becomes radically modern. 7,000 years ago, it explicitly called out bias based on identity and inherent traits. In today's business landscape, we talk a lot about DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. But let's be honest, many companies treat DEI as a compliance box to tick. Bhagavad Gita challenges leaders to look much deeper. It demands radical meritocracy. When the verse mentions qualities or gunas, it refers to a person's current behavioral tendencies, past mistakes, or perceived limitations. Bhagwan Krishna is saying it does not matter where they started, what their background is, or what errors they have made in the past. If they are aligned with the vision today, they have the capacity to reach the top. As a CEO, how often do we, pigeonhole our employees? How often does a management team decides that someone doesn't have the executive presence or doesn't fit the traditional mold based on the implicit biases? When you lead the principle of verse 32nd in chapter 9, you intentionally break those biases. You actively search for talent in unconventional places. You realize that the brilliant ideas don't care about the elite university pedigree, gender, or social background.
You build an ecosystem where the quietest person in the room has exactly the same runway to hit a home run as the loudest person in the same team. So how does a modern leader actually execute chapter 9 verse 32? How do we translate this timeless spiritual law into an operational reality? And I would like to add 3 steps action plan for all the executive. Step 1, redefine the safety. That the first, audit your corporate culture. Do your employee feel protected to fail forward? Celebrate intelligence failure publicly. If an employee takes a calculated risk that doesn't pan out, don't penalize them. Show the organization that your protection is real and watch how fast your innovation cycle accelerate. Number 2, democratize growth and upskill, and therefore look at the promotions, development pipelines. Are opportunities open to everyone or just inner circle? Implement blind skill assessment, open access mentorship program, and structured upskilling. Give everyone, regardless of their starting qualities, the tool to reach the organization's supreme goal. Number 3, lead with purpose, not just profit. And therefore, remember that in the verse, the ultimate destination is the supreme goal. In business, employees, especially young generations, don't just work for paychecks anymore. They work for purpose. A CEO's job is to connect daily operational tasks to a higher, meaningful vision. When people know why they are fighting and who they are fighting for, their loyalty becomes unshakable. A challenge of a modern CEOs are complex. Market fluctuate, technology like AI disrupt industries overnight, and consumer behavior shifts constantly. But the fundamental core of the business has never changed. It is entirely driven by human beings. So Bhagavad Gita in chapter 9 verse 32 reminds us that leadership is not about wielding power from a corner office. True leadership is about creating an expansive, inclusive space where every individual feels secure enough to bring their whole authentic self to work. When you democratize success, you don't just build a more ethical company, you build an unstoppable business. So friends, thanks for watching, thanks for joining live. If this ancient perspective on the modern leadership resonate with you, hit that like button, share this video with fellow leaders, and subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom for the modern business. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. How do you build your psychological safety in your teams? So friends, until next time, lead with consciousness and keep building. Before I go, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita.
While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave. It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside-out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world tries to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, let me ask you, are you leading a company or just reacting to the markets? Well, many of us may not have a straight answer. Therefore, in this video, we decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita and apply it to the high-stakes world of modern corporate leadership. Bhagwan Krishna speaks of world in a constant flux, a concept that today's CEO know as disruption. Let's go and discuss this further. Welcome to the executive suite. Not the one on the 50th floor, but that governs the very fabric of our reality. In the high pressure world of business, we are taught to crave stability. We build 5-year plan, we hedge against the risk, and we chase the predictable growth. But as any CEO who has lived through the market crashes or technological disruption knows, stability is often an illusion. Today we are bridging the gap between the boardroom and the battlefield of Kurukshetra. We are looking at a single verse from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 9, verse 10, that holds the secret to what I call the divine CEO. Well friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's start our discussion. Krishna tells Arjun and the quote starts, "O Kaunteya, it's only by my direction that this material world of animate and inanimate object is in a constant flux of creation, maintenance and destruction," quote close. This isn't just theology. It is the ultimate framework for strategic agility.
The first part of the cycle is Shrishti, which is creation. For a CEO, this is the innovation phase. Every great company starts as a spark of moving and unmoving ideas. But notice the verse says this happens by my directions. In a corporate context, this divine direction represents your core purpose. True creation isn't just about launching a product to make a quick buck. It's about aligning with the flux of what what the world is need next. Basically, fulfilling some sort of a need in the market. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is: are you creating from a place of ego, or are you a channel for a solution that needs to exist? When you align your company's creation phase with a high vision, you aren't just a manager, you become an architect of the future. You are setting the directions for your own material world. Then comes the hardest part of for most of the leaders, which is sthiti, which means maintenance. The verse tells us that the world is in a constant flux. Ironically, maintenance in a state of flux doesn't mean keeping things the same. It means dynamic balance. Think of a bicycle. To maintain its upright position, it must be kept moving. The moment it stops, it falls. Many CEOs fail because they fall in love with their maintenance phase. They build inanimate objects, rigid processes, and stagnant hierarchies that refuse to move with the animate market. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is maintenance is not about preventing change, it's about managing the direction of the change. Your job is to provide the steady hand that guides the constant flux so that your organization stay on course even as the waves get choppy. Now we come to the part that scares every executive, which is laya, which is destruction. The Gita tells us that the destruction is as divine as creation. In business, we call this creative destruction. It is the phase out of the old to make room for the new. If the CEO refuses to destroy an obsolete product line or a failing strategy, they eventually destroy the whole company. Verse 10 reminds us that the creation, maintenance, and destructions are all part of the same natural cycle. The lesson for the CEO, therefore, is you must be brave enough to dismantle what no longer serves the direction. This isn't failure, it is a necessary clearing of the ground so the next cycle of Shrishti, which is creation, can begin. To be a divine CEO means to stop resisting the flux. When you understand that the material world and your market is designed to be in constant motion, your stress levels drop drastically. You stop trying to control every atom and start focusing on the direction. As you go back to your emails, your meetings, and your spreadsheets today, ask yourself, what I am creating, what is new and purposeful, what I am maintaining through dynamic movement, what do I need to courage to destroy so I can grow further. The universe is in flux. Don't fight it, lead it. And the quote says, under my direction the world brings forth, and the quote close and I have already read the complete verse for you. Now go forth, give your world a new direction. Friends, thank you for watching, and if this ancient wisdom helped clarify your modern mission, hit the subscribe button, share this with fellow leaders, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I go today, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed.
It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader, learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter, followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership, followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is a secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sound like a theological concept, but let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot. It is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression, it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome.
You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule. And because we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is the verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite. And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one.
In a groundbreaking discovery, astronomers have captured a rare cosmic handshake. Two blazing quasars in the process of merging. Located billions of light years away, these luminous monsters are powered by supermassive black holes that are spiraling towards each other, destined to become a single, even more powerful and massive entity. What is going on here? Let us explore this further. Imagine looking at a single point of light in the night sky, a light so bright it outshines the entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. Now imagine looking closer and realizing that the single point isn't one object, it's two, and they are rushing towards each other at millions of miles per hour. Astronomers have just confirmed one of the rarest sights in our universe, a pair of blazing quasars caught in the middle of chaotic, violent merger. This isn't just a pretty light show. It is a snapshot of the early universe, a time when the galaxies were still young and messy. Today we are going to peel back the layers of this discovery. We will talk about what is quasar actually is, how we found these two needle and haystack twins, and why this discovery might be a crystal ball looking into the future of our own Milky Way. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Before we can understand the collision, we have to understand the titans involved here. The word quasar, which is in short for quasi-stellar radio source, to the early telescope of the 1960s, they looked like stars, but they behaved like monsters. At the heart of every quasar is a supermassive black hole, but the black hole itself isn't the light you see. Black hole by definition don't let light escape. Instead, the glow came from the accretion disk, and as the black hole's gravity pull in massive amount of gas, dust, and even entire stars, That material spins around the center like water goes down the drain. The friction and the gravity heat this material to millions of degrees, causing it to glow with more energy than thousands of galaxies combined. They are the ultimate cosmic lighthouses, visible from very edge of the observable universe. When we see a quasar, we are seeing a black hole that is feeding. Finding a single quasar is hard. Finding two that are merging is nearly impossible. Why? Because they are so far away that they are usually appear as single blurry dot. But recently, a team of astronomers using the Gaia Space Observatory noticed something strange. Gaia is designed to track the positions of stars with incredible precision. While looking at the known quasars, they noticed a jiggle. The light wasn't moving in space, but its intensity was flickering back and forth between 2 points, like a railroad crossing signal seen from a distance. To confirm their suspicions, they called in the big guns, the Hubble Space Telescope and the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii. Hubble's sharp eyes revealed that this wasn't just a trick of light or gravitational lensing, where a closer galaxy acts as a magnifying glass. No, these were two distinct massive galaxies, each with its own feeding black holes at the center, physically bound by gravity. They are currently separated by only about 10,000 light years, which in cosmic terms is like two people standing on opposite sides of the living room. This specific pair of quasars is special because of when we are seeing them, because the light takes time to travel. Looking deep into space is like looking back in time. We are seeing these quasars as they were just 900 million years after the Big Bang. This puts them squarely in the epoch of reionization. This was the cosmic dawn, the era when the very first stars and galaxies were turning on and clearly, moving away from the cold, dark hydrogen fog that filled the early universe. Seeing two quasars merging this early tells us that supermassive black holes didn't just grow slowly over billions of years, they grew through violence. They grew by eating each other. This discovery helps scientists refine their simulations of how the universe evolved from a hot soup of particles into a structured web of galaxies that we see today. You might be wondering, that's 12 billion years ago, why does it matter to us now? Well, the Great Cosmic Collision is a preview of our own destiny. Right now, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is on a collision course with our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 to 5 billion years, our two galaxies will begin the same dance these quasars are doing right now. Our own central black hole Sagittarius A star, which is currently quiet and not feeding, might wake up during the merger. And as from gas from the Andromeda gets shoved into our galactical center, our black hole could ignite, turning a Milky Way into a blazing quasar for an distant alien astronomers to see. The two quasars we're talking about today have likely already finished their merger. In the now of the universe, they are probably one single gargantuan elliptical galaxy with one massive black hole at its core. We are just not catching the echoes of their ancient battle. It reminds us that the universe is not static place. It's a dynamic, evolving and often violent masterpiece. Every time we find a pair like this, we add another piece to the puzzle of where we came from, where the cosmos is going, etc. So friends, thanks for joining in on this journey across space and time. If you want to keep exploring the wonders of the universe, make sure to hit the subscribe button. Until next time, please keep looking up. Before I part ways, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age-old question many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go.
In the world of business, we are trained to analyze everything. We analyze market trends, competitor strategies, cash flow, and consumer behavior. We spend millions on business intelligence. But there is one piece of intelligence that most leaders completely ignore. And that is one thing that dictates every decision you make, every reaction you have under pressure, and ultimately legacy you leave behind. I am talking about your mind, which is your mind as well as mine. Think about it. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your mind is clouded by anxiety, ego, or fatigue, that strategy is worthless. Over 7,000 years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, a warrior prince named Arjun faced the ultimate leadership crisis. He was paralyzed by doubts. It was then that Bhagwan Krishna delivered a line that remains the most important psychological insight for any executive today. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6. It's the difference between a CEO who thrives and one who burns out. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For him who's conquered the mind is the best of the friend. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. And this is a quote translated into English. This isn't just a spiritual talk. This is the high-level operational reality. When your mind is conquered, it's like having a rogue employee in your C-suite. It creates imaginary problems, fixated on past failures, and reacts with anger when a deadline is missed. It is the voice that tells you to send that angry email at 2 a.m. It's an enemy because it works against your goals. When conquered, the mind becomes your most loyal chief of staff. It stays calm when the market crashes. It sees opportunities when others sees obstacles. It is disciplined, focused, and most importantly, it listens to you. Why is this so hard for leaders? As a CEO, your mind is constantly on. You are bombarded with Prakriti, which is the external material world, data, noise, opinions, and crisis. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the mind, by its very nature, is flickering and turbulent. If you don't actively conquer it, it defaults to a state of reactive survival. The three traits of enemy mind is in business today can be summarized like this. First is impulsivity, making decision based on temporary emotions rather than long-term data. Next is ego attachment, caring more about being right than getting the right result. Third, mental fatigue, the inability to switch off, leading to decision fatigue, the silent killer of the companies. So when your mind is your enemy, you aren't leading your company, you are being led by your impulses. So how do we conquer it? Bhagwan Krishna doesn't suggest we suppress the mind or kill it. He says to win it over. So in Gita, the mind is often compared to the reins of the chariot. If the driver, which can be equated to your intellect, let go of the rein, the horses, which are your senses, so your senses run wild. So in the end, I would like to offer 3 strategic steps for the modern leaders using which they can actually implement this in their professional life. Step 1, observation. Basically the witness mind. Before you can control your mind, you must observe it. In your next board meeting, notice when your enemy mind start to get defensive. Don't act on it, just label it. That is my ego feeling threatened. This creates a gap between the impulse and the action. Step 2, consistent practice. Krishna tells Arjun that the mind is conquered through abhyas, which is constant practice. For a CEO, this means mental discipline, whether it is meditation, deep work blocks, or structured reflections. You must train your mind like a muscle. Step 3, detachment. This is the most misunderstood word in the business. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you are detached from the result. You're focused 100% on the process and the action. When you aren't terrified of the outcome, your enemy mind loses its power over you. Imagine 2 CEOs facing a 20% drop in their revenue. CEO A has unconquered mind. They blame the team, stop sleeping, micromanage everyone, and project fear. The enemy mind is in charge and the company spirals out of control. Now let's go to CEO B. CEO B has conquered mind. They acknowledge the loss, remain calm, gather the team and ask, what is the most important logical next step now? They sleep 7 hours because they know tired mind is a weak mind. Their mind is their best friend, providing them with the resilience needed to pivot when the need arises. So which one of these minds or the CEO you are? Do let me know. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6 is a call to arms. Not a war against others, but a war against your own lower instincts. As a leader, your greatest asset isn't your bank balance or your intellectual property. It is the quality of your consciousness. Your challenge for the week, therefore, is next time when you feel stressed or angry, stop. Ask yourself, in this moment, is my mind being my friend or my enemy? If you want to lead a great company, you must first lead yourself. If you found this integration of ancient wisdom and modern leadership valuable, hit that like button, subscribe for more insights from Gita for the modern world. Conquer your mind and you will conquer the world. So friends, we have come to the end. Before I end this section, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Across the corridors of myth and memory strides Narad, the wandering musician, the cosmic storyteller, the sage whose Veena string echoes across the realm. He is not bound by earth or heaven, nor silenced by time. Narad travels freely, carrying the tales that unsettle kings, awaken sages, and remind gods themselves of a fragile balance of dharma, that is righteousness. Mischief and wisdom mingle in his voice, for every note he plays, in both questions and answers, a spark that ignites transformation. In 2026 and beyond, Narad's archetype feels startlingly familiar. The eternal messenger who bridges worlds and influence of the cosmic order, the voice that insists wisdom must travel faster than chaos. His songs is not just ancient, it is timeless, resonating with every age that seeks meaning in noise. So let's find out more. Narayan, Narayan. This resonate with you? Okay, so I'm talking about Narad Muni, the eternal wanderer. He is remembered not as one bound by place or time, but as a sage whose noise and presence ripple across the realm. With his veena in hand and the chants of Narayan, Narayan on his lips, he journeys freely between heaven, earth, and the Netherlands. And that also carries the stories from every realm, songs and truth that awaken mind and stir hearts. He is the archetype of traveling musician, one who does not merely entertain but enlightens, weaving wisdom into melody and turning narratives into revelations. So Narad's gift lies in his ability to be everywhere, to cross boundaries that other cannot. He is the messenger of God and provocators of kings and confidant of sages and awakener of demons. His tales are not idle gossips. They are sparks that ignite transformation. So by solving the question, conflict and the challenges, Narad ensures that dharma, that means righteousness, the cosmic order, emerges stronger and more stronger. And his storytelling is not passive, it is catalytic and forcing societies and individuals to confront their illusion and rediscover the truth and themselves. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward about Narad Muni. As a musician, Narad embodies the power of sound. His veena is not more than, it is actually more than an instrument. It is a bridge between the mortal and divine. Through his music, he teaches that the devotion is not confined to rituals, but can be lived in rhythm, harmony, and resonance. His songs reminds us that the wisdom is not always spoken in solemn tunes. Sometimes it actually dances in the playful notes. Sometimes it appears through the satires, and sometimes it consoles through the lullabies of the faith. So in 2026, Narad's relevance feels strikingly, definitely very, very profoundly relevant. We live in an age of hyper connectivity where the information travels faster than thoughts. Yet, wisdom often lags behind. And Narad's archetype mirrors the modern journalist, the digital storyteller, and the influencer who carries new age ideas across the realms. But unlike the noise of today's feeds, Narad insists on meaning. His stories are not empty transformation, but it is not only transmit the emptiness or just a storytelling, but a transformative narratives. He reminds us that communication must be more than a speed. It must carry insight and compassion and call to a higher purpose. So his ability to actually transcends into realm resonate with our own era of virtual realities, space exploration, and artificial intelligence. Just as Narad moved between the worlds, humanity in 2026 move between physical and digital, earthly and cosmic. His presence teaches us that the crossing boundary is not enough. We must carry wisdom across them, and in a time when the technology can amplify voices endlessly, Narad's example urges us to ensure whose voice sings of or songs of truth, devotions, and harmony rather than a division and chaos. So beyond 2026, Narad's legacy is a reminder that storytelling is civilization's heartbeat. As long as humans seek meaning, as long as societies wrestle with conflict and order, and that traveling musician will remain relevant. Narad's laughter, his provocations, his melodies, all are eternal echoes, guiding us to balance the inquiry with devotion, mischief with wisdom, and speed with substance. He is not just a sage for the future, urging us, but actually he is urging us to be a traveler of truth in every realm we enter. And so Narad endures not as a relic of ancient lore, but a timeless archetype for every age. And his song reminds us that stories are bridges, music is truth, and wisdom must wander freely across the realm. In the noise of modernity, his veena still hums, a call to harmony, a reminder that even the mischief can be divine. And when it awakens the world of dharma, that is the way to go. So we have come to the end of this video. We look forward for your comments on this topic. Please like and subscribe our channel, and look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, there is a very big question that we want to address today, and this is about aviation and more specifically about Boeing. Is Boeing finally cleared for takeoff? In this video, we dive deep into Boeing's high-stake gamble to reclaim its status as the world-leading plane maker, with the CEO Kelly Odeberg joining President Trump's 2026 delegation to Beijing. A massive 500 jet order for the 737 MAX is on the table. We break down how the Trump-China connection could be the ultimate catalyst for Boeing's recovery. Let's go. Welcome to the pivotal moment in aviation history. As of May 2026, the industry is watching one flight more closely than any other. And it isn't the commercial route, it is the diplomatic mission to Beijing. For the very first time in years, Boeing is standing at the center of a massive geopolitical reset. We are currently seeing a bipartisan US Senate delegation urging Chinese officials to finalize a deal that has been years in the making. And what are the stakes? The staggering order of approximately 500 Boeing 737 MAX jets. This isn't just about selling planes, it's about the art of the deal in action. President Trump's planned summit with President Xi Jinping on May 14th and 15th is widely seen as the make or break moment for Boeing's recovery. Since trade tensions flared in 2018, Boeing has been effectively locked out of the world's fastest growing aviation market, while its rival Airbus expanding its footprint significantly. Now, with Boeing CEO Kelly Odeberg traveling as part of the US delegation, the company is betting that the trade diplomacy can unlock a market that historically accounted for nearly a quarter of its annual 737 deliveries. For Boeing, this is more than a sale, it is the restoration of its status as America's largest exporter. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. But a deal only matters if you can deliver the planes. While the diplomat talk in Beijing, engineers in Renton and Everett are working toward, against the clock. 2026 is officially the year of certification for Boeing. The company has finally reached the light at the end of the tunnel for its most troubled program. After years of delay, Boeing has confirmed that 737-7 variant, which is -7, and the high capacity 737-10 are on track for FAA certification later this year. The MAX 10 in particular is the heavy hitter. With every 1400 orders from major carriers like United and Delta, it is Boeing's primary weapon against the Airbus 321 XLR. The certification in 2026 means first delivery can finally begin in 2027. To get there, Boeing is conducting exhaustive system safety assessment, some over 15,000 pages long, to prove that every single system from hydraulics to flight control meet the highest safety standards ever set. And it is not just the narrow bodies. The massive 777-9 is also making progress through final flight test, with its entry into service now firmly targets for 2027. For the first time in decades, Boeing's roadmap for its new fleet is clear, even if it remains fragile. Stability is the new North Star at Boeing. After the FAA lifted the production cap in late 2025, Boeing entered 2026 with green light to ramp up. The numbers are ambitious. The goal is to move from 737 production towards 47 aircrafts per month this year, with plans to hit 52 per month in 2027. On the wide-body side, the 787 Dreamliner is aiming for a steady rate of 10 aircraft per month by end of the year. But the CEO Kelly Oldberg has been very clear. Boeing will not sacrifice quality for speed. The company is now using 6 FAA agreed key performance indicators, which is in short KPIs, to monitor every step of the assembly line. This is designed to eliminate travel work and practice of finishing tasks out of sequence, which has been a major source of quality issue in the past. Investors are taking notice of this as well. Boeing stock saw a jump of 7% earlier this year as analysts moved to outperform ratings, buoyed by the prospects of sustainable positive free cash flow for first time since the MAX crisis that began. The backlog has now grown to record $695 billion, providing a massive cushion for the year ahead. So as we look at the remainder of 2026, the Boeing comeback isn't just about one company. It's a bellwether for American industrial strength. The strategy is a three-pronged attack. First, diplomatic leverage. Using the Trump's administration's trade focus to secure a 500 jet mega deal in China. Number 2, regulatory rigor. Clearing the final hurdle for the MAX 10 and 777X to restore airlines' confidence. And number 3 is operational excellence. Moving from crisis management to steady quality first production cadence. There are still challenges. Supply chain bottleneck remains, and China is increasingly pushing its own domestic aircraft like Akulmach C919. Furthermore, the insider activity remains cautious, and the company still carries a heavy debt load from its crisis years. However, the narrative has shifted slightly. In 2024 and 2025, the question was, can Boeing survive? In 2026, however, the question is, how fast can Boeing lead? With the May summit in Beijing, the aerospace giant is making its most aggressive move in decades to reclaim its crown. If Kelly Oldberg and President Trump can land the China deal, the comeback flight will be more than just a headline. It will be a reality. So friends, thanks for joining us for this deep dive into the future of flight. Keep your eyes on the sky and the headlines over the coming weeks. If you have any questions about this, please do not hesitate to send it across. Now, before I go, a word about our affiliate
partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Bold new roadmap reshapes Indian classroom with a skill-based learning, multilingual literacy and technology-driven education, preparing students not just for marks but for life. Education in India is entering a new chapter. The Central Board of Secondary Education has announced a sweeping curriculum revamp that will take effect from 2026. And it promises to reshape the way millions of students experience learning. For decades, Indian school system had been criticized for its heavy reliance on rote memorizations, exam pressures, and limited focus on skills. This roadmap is CBSE's attempt to break away from the mold and align classroom with the vision of National Education Policy 2020. At the heart of the revamp is a shift towards skill-based learning. Instead of simply reproducing textbook answers, students will be encouraged to think critically, solve problems creatively, and collaborate with the peers. The idea is to prepare them not just for exam, but for the life beyond school, whether in higher education, the workplace, or society at large. Teachers will be expected to integrate projects, presentations, and real-world case studies into their lessons, making learning more engaging and practical. One of the most debated actually changes in the three language rule. Under the new framework, students will study 3 languages up to class 10, with at least one being an Indian language. Supporters argue that this will strengthen cultural roots, multilingual literacy, while the critics worry that it may add stress to students already juggling with multiple subjects. The policy reflects CBSE's attempt to balance global competitiveness with a national identity. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, another major reform in the reduction of content load. The syllabus will be streamlined to focus on core concept, cutting down an excessive detail that often overwhelmed students. And this will free up time for experimentations, experiential learning activities in the lab and the field projects and creative exploration. So alongside this, CBSE plan to integrate technology and digital tools into classroom. So adapted learning platform, AI assist resources, and online practical module will become the part of everyday teaching, ensuring students are comfortable with the digital world they will inherit. Assessment will also undergo a transformation. The traditional high stake exam model will give way to continuous competency based evaluation. Marks will be no longer hinged solely on the 3-hour test. Instead, projects, practical, and presentation will carry a greater weight. And this change is expected to reduce exam stress and provide a more accurate picture of students' ability. The impact of this reform will be felt across the ecosystem. Students will find their education more engaging and less mechanical. Teachers, however, will face little challenge of adopting the new method, mastering the digital tools, and rethinking how they evaluate performance. And parents too will need to adjust their expectation, as success will no longer be measured by exam scores but by skill and competencies. Of course, challenges remains, like training teachers across India's vast and diverse school network is no small task. Ensuring rural schools have access to digital infrastructure will require significant investment, and the 3 language rule may face resistance from families who fear it add unnecessary burden. Yet, despite these hurdles, the roadmap signals a bold step towards modernizing Indian education. So, what do you think about this? We have come to the end of this live stream, and thanks for watching. I would request you to like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कार। हम सब जानते हैं कि जो मार्केट की अनिश्चितता है, जो कभी भी स्टेबल नहीं रहता है, और बहुत सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जो बिल्कुल अनस्टेबल रहती हैं मार्केट में, जैसे कि आपके डिजिटल डिसरप्शन जो हो रहा है, और कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि गवर्नमेंट कभी नई पॉलिसीज़ लेके आती है। तो ऐसे बदलते हुए एनवायरनमेंट के अंदर एक महान सीईओ और एक अच्छा नेतृत्व वाला सीईओ में डिफरेंस क्या है? क्या ये सिर्फ स्ट्रेटजी है या लीडरशिप रेजिलियंस है? ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढने के लिए हम भगवत गीता का सहायता लेंगे और ये जानेंगे कि हमारी लीडरशिप को कैसे हम इतना स्ट्रांग बना दें कि वो बिल्कुल अनचेंजिंग सेल्फ की तरह और एक सिद्धांत की तरह सामने आए, और कोई भी लीडर अगर इस चीज़ को फॉलो करे तो कुछ भी हो जाए, किस तरह का भी मार्केट वॉलेटिलिटी हो जाए, लेकिन लीडरशिप पे कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा। ये जानिए कैसे होगा। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं।
देखिए दोस्तों, जो मार्केट का जो नॉइज होता है कभी नहीं रुकता, जो शोरगुल होता है वो कभी नहीं रुकता है। ये शोरगुल क्या होता है? जैसे कि क्वार्टरली प्रोजेक्शंस होते हैं, इसमें प्रोजेक्शन कभी ऊपर होते हैं कभी नीचे होते हैं। कॉम्पिटिटर डिसरप्टिवनेस होती है, कॉम्पिटिटर अपने प्रोडक्ट को कभी अच्छा करता है या अपने वैल्यूज को अच्छा करता है। कभी कभी सप्लाई चेन में फ्रैक्चर्स हो जाते हैं, और कभी कभी बोर्ड रूम में बहुत अलग तरीके के प्रेशर होते हैं, पॉलिटिकल और डिफरेंट तरीके के प्रेशर हो जाते हैं। ये एक ना रुकने वाला नोटिफिकेशन का शोर है जो हर सीईओ को सुनना पड़ता है। और इस जो नोटिफिकेशन है या नॉलेज है या इंफॉर्मेशन है, मार्केट रियलिटी जिसको हम बोलते हैं, इससे हमेशा उसको जो जो सीईओ है उसके दिमाग में ये रहता है, इनपुट रहता है, और उससे वो ड्राइव होता है। मतलब अगर ये इनपुट ना हो तो सीईओ को लगता है कि मुझे कुछ पता ही नहीं है मार्केट रियलिटी के बारे में, तो मैं ड्राइव नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ अपने स्ट्रेटेजी को। ये एक बहुत ही हाई फ्रिक्वेंसी हम की तरह महसूस होता है जो सीईओज होते हैं जो इस इनपुट को लेते हैं। लेकिन अगर मैं आपसे बोलूं कि इस ऐसा करने के बजाय, हाइपर विजिलेंट होने के बजाय, अगर आपको इस शोर से दूर होके फिर स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन लेने का मौका मिले, तो क्या आपको लगेगा कि ये एक अच्छा तरीका है, या आपको लगेगा कि इससे हम आगे जा सकते हैं और इस शोर से दूर होके हम डिटैच होके हम डिसीजंस लें तो हमारे लिए ज़्यादा फायदेमंद रहेगा? तो इसी पॉइंट को आज हम डिस्कस करेंगे, और हम डिस्कस करेंगे, इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे भगवत गीता के चैप्टर 2 वर्स 25 से, जिसमें बहुत ही प्रोफाउंड साइकोलॉजिकल फ्रेमवर्क की व्याख्या की गई है। एंड ये आज मॉडर्न सीईओ के ऊपर एकदम लागू होता है, और ये एक मास्टर क्लास की तरह है जो एक एग्जीक्यूटिव स्टेबिलिटी की तरफ आपको ले जाता है अगर आप उसको फॉलो करें। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो आप हमें कृपया बताइए कि आप किस शहर से हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देखना पसंद करते हैं। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं, हम इस श्लोक को पढ़ेंगे अब। श्लोक में ये कहा गया है कि अपने जो चीज आपकी इनविजिबल है या इनकंसीवेबल है या अनचेंजेबल है, अगर इसको हम जानते हैं तो इसके ऊपर हमें ज्यादा शोक नहीं करना चाहिए। मतलब हिंदी में आपको थोड़ा सा कन्वर्ट करके बताया मैंने, ये कि संस्कृत में है ये। नाउ अब इसको हम अप्लाई करते हैं अपने बिजनेस लैंग्वेज में, बिजनेस कॉन्टेक्स्ट के अंदर। इसमें क्या होता है कि जो हम बॉडी जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं, जो एक फ्रिजाइल है, इसके अंदर बहुत सारे बॉडी, मतलब कि आपका जो बिजनेस का जो शोर जो आ रहा है, जैसे कि पीएल एंड स्टेटमेंट है जो फ्लक्चुएट करता रहता है, स्टॉक प्राइजेस है जो हमेशा फ्लक्चुएट करते रहते हैं, ऑफिस स्पेस है, कभी ऑफिस आपको बढ़ाना पड़ता है, कभी आपको कम करना पड़ता है, प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस होते हैं, कभी कभी उनमें गड़बड़ हो जाती है, नए प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस होते हैं, एम्प्लॉय टर्नओवर भी होता है जो कभी कभी आपकी कंपनी को या आपके लिए मुश्किल पैदा कर सकता है। लेकिन गीता के अनुसार इसको बॉडी कहा गया है क्योंकि बॉडी एक नश्वर है, ये खत्म हो जाती है। तो ये इससे इक्वेट किया गया है कि जो बॉडी है वो तो टेम्परेरी है, तो इसको आप परमानेंट कैसे मान सकते हैं? जो मार्केट जो नॉलेज है, इसको आप कैसे ये मान सकते हैं कि यही एकदम सच है? राइट। तो इससे ये बोलते हैं भगवान कृष्ण अर्जुन को ये बोलते हैं कि आप जो नश्वर चीज है, जो परमानेंट नहीं है, उसके ऊपर शोक क्यों करते हैं? तो इसी तरह से अगर आज के जो सीईओज हैं, जो मार्केट नॉलेज है, शेयर प्राइसेस है, प्रोडक्ट लॉन्चेस है, इसके ऊपर आप क्यों उतना ध्यान देते हैं? अगर इसको ना ध्यान देके बेसिक्स पे ध्यान देंगे तो हो सकता है आपके डिसीजंस अलग तरीके के आए और लॉन्ग टर्म को ध्यान में रखते हुए आए। तो एक तो ये बात होगी। दूसरा ये है कि मोस्ट सीईओज जो हैं, 100% ऑफ द सीईओज वो इसी चीज को देखते हैं, वो लॉन्ग टर्म नहीं देखते। वो देखते हैं कि मार्केट नॉलेज क्या चल रही है, शेयर प्राइस क्या चल रहा है, इस क्वार्टर में क्या होने वाला है। तो उससे क्या होता है कि आपका जो डिसीजंस है दे आर वेरी वेरी नीजर रिएक्शन के हिसाब से होते हैं, और जो आपको मार्केट बता रहा है उसी तरह से आप अपने डिसीजंस लेते हैं। अगर मार्केट आपको बता रहा है कि आप फ्लॉप होने वाले हैं तो आप हाथ पैर मारने लग जाते हैं और अपने आप को भूल जाते हैं। आप ये नहीं समझ पाते कि हमारे अंदर कितनी क्षमता है, और आप मार्केट आपको ही ड्राइव करने लगता है। मतलब मार्केट तो ड्राइव हो रहा है किसी भी तरीके से, लेकिन वो आपको भी ड्राइव करने लगता है, तो आप उसी के चपेट में आ जाते हैं। उससे क्या होता है, उससे ये होता है कि आपके जो डिसीजंस हैं वो गलत हो जाते हैं। अब आती है बात दूसरे शब्द की जो इस श्लोक में दिया गया है, उसका नाम है सेल्फ। सेल्फ का मतलब क्या है? सेल्फ का मतलब है कोर विजन, आपकी कंपनी का, आपका खुद का। और आपकी कंपनी बनी क्यों है, वाई बिहाइंड योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। आपकी कंपनी का काम क्या है, आपकी कंपनी का अनचेंजेबल मिशन क्या है, इनटेंजिबल आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी क्या है। चाहे क्वार्टर ग्रोथ 2% हो या 20%, लेकिन ऐसी क्या चीज है जो सेल्फ है, मतलब जो चेंज नहीं होती आपकी कंपनी में। तो उसको ध्यान ना देके आप मार्केट वाली, जो पहले जो मार्केट का शोर है उसके ऊपर ध्यान देते हैं। इसको सेल्फ को केयर नहीं करते, लेकिन जो मार्केट से जो टेम्परेरी इंफॉर्मेशन आती है उस पे आप ज्यादा ध्यान देते हैं। तो ये जो चीज है, ये पहले तो गीता का जब हम श्लोक पढ़ते हैं तो पहले हमें समझना चाहिए कि हम किस चीज के बारे में बात करें। तो आज दो चीजों के बारे में बात हो रही है, एक है बॉडी, दूसरा है सेल्फ। बॉडी इज मार्केट नॉइज और सेल्फ इज योर स्ट्रेटेजी, आपका मिशन, एक्सेट्रा। अब आप देखिए, कोई सर्जन है जो एक सीईओ के समान है, कभी भी फियर से पैरालाइज नहीं होता है। मतलब जो पेशेंट पे के ऊपर जो वो काम कर रहे होते हैं, अपना उनके ऊपर उपचार या इलाज कर रहे होते हैं, तो कभी इतना इमोशनल नहीं होते हैं। क्यों? इसका मतलब यही है कि अगर वो इमोशनल हो जाएंगे तो वो पेशेंट की ठीक तरीके से इलाज नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो इसी तरीके से सीईओ इतना इमोशनल नहीं होना चाहिए मार्केट नॉलेज को लेकर। अपने बेसिक, अपनी सेल्फ के ऊपर ज़्यादा ध्यान देना चाहिए, और अपने जो स्ट्रेटजी है उसको ऑपरेशनलाइज करने के लिए उसको एक लॉन्ग टर्म स्ट्रेटजी बनानी चाहिए जो बिल्कुल चेंज ना हो, कभी चेंज ना हो, अनचेंजेबल जिसको बोलते हैं। तो भगवान कृष्ण ने बताया कि आपकी स्ट्रेटेजी, आपका मिशन, आपकी वैल्यूज बिल्कुल अनचेंजेबल होनी चाहिए। अब इन चीज़ों को हम करेंगे कैसे? अगर आपको आज ये करना हुआ तो ऑब्वियसली एक दिन में तो ये हो नहीं पाएगा। तो चार चीज़ें मैं अपनी तरफ से आपको बताता हूँ जो आपको प्रैक्टिस करनी है। पहला है सेल्फ ऑडिट। आप किसी भी डिसीजन, कोई भी डिसीजन लेने से पहले आप पहले इस सिचुएशन का ऑडिट कर लें। ऑडिट का मतलब ये है कि अगर मैं कोई डिसीजन लेने वाला हूँ या वाली हूँ, तो ये देख लें कि मैं डिसीजन जो ले रहा हूँ लॉन्ग टर्म को ध्यान में रख के ले रहा हूँ, या मैं जो मार्केट का नॉइज है, पैनिक होके, फियर के अंदर आके मैं इसको ले रहा हूँ। तो ये ऑडिट करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आपको 1 मिनट, 5 मिनट, आधा घंटा, 1 घंटा, जितना भी आपको टाइम लगे, इस चीज़ का आप ऑडिट करें और देखें कि मैं शॉर्ट टर्म से इफेक्ट हो रहा हूँ क्या, या मैं लॉन्ग टर्म के को कंसिडर करते हुए इस पे काम कर रहा हूँ। नंबर 2 है प्रैक्टिस रेडिकल एक्सेप्टेंस। आपको ये एक्सेप्ट करना चाहिए कि जो अनचेंजेबल है मार्केट के अंदर, वो कभी चेंज नहीं हो सकता, उसको कोई भी हिला नहीं सकता है। उसके उसको कोई भी आ जाए, कितना भी ताकतवर आ जाए, जो अनचेंजेबल चीज़ें हैं उसको आप उसको आप चेंज नहीं कर सकते। तो आपके पावर में ही नहीं है, आपके और किसी के भी पावर में नहीं है। तो पहले उन चीज़ों को आपको समझना चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आपको उस चीज़ की नॉलेज होगी कि ऐसी कौन सी चीज़ है जो बदली नहीं जा सकती, तो फिर आपके डिसीजंस बिल्कुल अलग तरीके से आएंगे और रिएक्टिव नहीं होंगे, फियरफुल नहीं होंगे आपके डिसीजंस। तीसरा जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है वो है लीड फ्रॉम द कोर। जब आपकी पहले 2 पॉइंट आपने अच्छी तरह कर लिया, आपने ऑडिट कर लिया और आपने ये समझ लिया कि मार्केट में कौन सी अनशेकेबल, अनचेंजेबल चीज़ें हैं, तो फिर आप लीड फ्रॉम द कोर अपने डिसीजंस जो होंगे अनशेकेबल सीईओज की तरह आप लेंगे, और फिर आपको किसी चीज़ की फिक्र नहीं रहेगी। आपके सारे डिसीजंस एकदम लॉन्ग टर्म बेसिस पे होंगे, जो आपके ग्रुप को, आपकी कंपनी को, आपको हमेशा पॉजिटिव डायरेक्शन में लेके जाएंगे, हमेशा रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ देंगे। कभी क्वार्टर ऊपर नीचे होगा उससे आपको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है। तो ये आपका हो जाता है, एक बुलेट प्रूफ मैनेजर आप बन जाते हैं, और आप बिल्कुल, आपका जो नज़रिया है बात करने का, सोचने का, कंपनी को रन करने का, बिल्कुल बदल जाता है। तो ये जो 2 लाइनें हैं इस श्लोक में, कितना पावरफुल श्लोक है देखिए। अगर आप इसको प्रैक्टिस करें तो आप अनशेकेबल सीईओ बन सकते हैं। तो दोस्तों, अगर आपके पास कोई क्वेश्चन है या आप और डिटेल में इसके बारे में जानना चाहते हैं, जरूर कमेंट करके बताएं। और ये भी बताएं कि आपकी कंपनी या आपका ग्रुप कोई क्राइसिस फेस कर रहा है, सो हम आपको उसमें हेल्प कर सकते हैं। गीता का जो ज्ञान है उसको यूज करके आपको हेल्प कर सकते हैं, हाउ डू यू मूव फॉरवर्ड। और आपको ये भी हेल्प कर सकते हैं कि टेम्परेरी क्या है, परमानेंट क्या है, इस चीज़ का आप आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर सकें। तो दोस्तों, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग। मैं मिलता हूँ आपसे अगले वीडियो में जल्द ही। लीड वेल and I will see you again in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second, but not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight. Right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut costs into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breath is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. Alright, so before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time, it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR-1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed. And it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct mass mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button, and the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I'd like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the furnace of ancient India, where the sages were scientists and labs were temples of an inquiry, one name glows like a molten gold: Nagarjuna. Not the philosopher of Mahayan fame, but the metallurgist and alchemist whose experiments with mercury, iron, and transmutation blurred the line between mysticism and the material science. Legend places him in a Vidarbha and Satvahana dynasty, working in hidden labs, chasing immortality, while perfecting techniques that still echoes in modern metallurgy. In 2026, as nanotechnology, refined alloys, and imitation jewelry thrives on his ancient method, Nagarjuna's story reminds us that the quest to transform matter is timeless as human spirit itself. So let's find out more. In the annals of Indian science, Nagarjuna stands as a figure both enigmatic and luminous. While the name Nagarjuna is often associated with great Buddhist philosopher of 2nd century CE, another tradition celebrates him as a metallurgist and alchemist of medieval India. The Nagarjuna, remembered in text and oral tradition, was a master of rasayan, the ancient Indian science of alchemy, and a pioneer in the metallurgy whose contribution continues to echo into the 21st century. Born, according to some account, in Vidarbha and later associated with Satvahan dynasty, Nagarjuna is said to have established labs in South India. Archaeological evidence from Nagalwadi in Maharashtra suggests that he conducted experiment in metallurgy and chemistry, working with substances like iron, mercury, and his curiosity was not limited to metals. He sought an elixir of immortality, invisibility, and transformation, blending mystical aspiration with a rigorous experimentation. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, his most celebrated text is Rasa Ratnakar, is a compilation of chemical knowledge. In it, Nagarjuna discussed the acid, the metals, and the process of purification. He described a method for extracting gold, silver, tin, and copper, and even outlined the distillation techniques. These writings reveal a mind deeply engaged with the material world, yet always linking a chemical process to the spiritual purification. For Nagarjuna, the act of refining metal mirrored the refining or refinement of soul. Impurities must be removed, whether in the matter or in human character. One of his most intriguing contribution was gold shine mechanism. Through experiment, he discovered the ways to transmute the base metal into substance that resemble gold. While not true transmutation, this process produced a gold-like sheen technology that remarkably is still used today in the jewelry industry for imitation of ornament. Thus, a technique born in ancient labs continues to shape the modern aesthetics. Nagarjuna's influence extended beyond the metallurgy. He was also a physician, a yogi, contributing to Ayurveda through texts like Yoga Satak and the Jeev Sutra. His integration of chemistry with medicine enriched Indian medieval traditions, offering insight into the preparation of compound and the treatment. In this way, he embodied the interdisciplinary spirit, a scientist, a healer, a philosopher rolled into one. In 2026, his legacy feels strikingly modern. His principle of articulated systematic experimentation, purification, and transformation resonate with the contemporary chemistry and the material science. His vision of linking matter and spirit anticipates today's holistic approach, where the science and philosophy are not seen as an opposite, but as a contemporary path of understanding. Moreover, his experiment in distillation and metallurgy remind us that India's scientific heritage is not peripheral, but central to the global history of science. Nagarjuna, the metallurgist, thus emerged as a bridge builder between philosophy and chemistry, between ancient aspiration and modern technologies. His labs may have been simple by today's standards, but his imagination was vast, reaching for the immortality and the cosmic truth, while the grounding itself in the practical art of working with the metals. In honoring him, we recognize not only as a pioneer of Indian alchemy, but also a timeless symbol of human curiosity, the drive to transform, to refine, and to discover. Nagarjuna's alchemy was more than a pursuit of gold. It was a pursuit of knowledge itself. In 2026, as we refine materials at nanoscale, explore new alloy for space exploration, we walk a path he helped to lay centuries ago, providing the fire of inquiry he kindled still that inquiry which he kindled that still actually burns within us in 2026. We have come to the end. Please like and subscribe this channel. Look forward for your comments. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base,
which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome once again. The biggest question in the boardroom today is the CEO or the leadership burnout. And it's becoming a very big problem in the 21st century, especially in 2026. So let me ask you, can ancient wisdom solve the 21st century burnout crisis? Therefore, in this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover the secret weapon of the world's most effective CEOs, the inward gaze. While most leadership training focuses on the external strategy, the Gita teaches that the true power comes from the internal mastery. Let us explore this further. Friends, close your eyes for a second. But not that long, because you got a company to run. Think about your morning. How many notifications did you get before you wake up, right? So as you waking up, you see so many notifications in your email, right? A market dip in Asia, a key hire resignation, a competitor's aggressive new acquisition. As a CEO, your mind is battlefield. You are expected to be most external person in the organization, watching the charts, the people, and the future as well. But what if I told you that the most successful leaders in history, the one who remain unshakable when the ship is sinking, don't look outward for their primary strategy. They actually look inwards. Today we are decoding 7,000-year-old blueprint for executive excellence. It comes from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 28. It's verse about liberation, but for a modern leader, it's a manual for mental sovereignty. Let's look at the text of the verse 28, right? And the quote starts, shutting out all external sense objects, keeping the eye and vision concentrated between the two eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breathing within the nostrils, and thus controlling the mind and senses and intelligence. The transcendental leader seeking liberation becomes free from desire, fear, and anger. Quote close. Well, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. At first glance, this sounds like a guide for a monk in a cave. But let's translate this into a CEO speak. Let's look at it again. Shutting your external sense object, which is equal to filtering out the noise. Data is useful, but noise is deadly. Next is vision between the eyebrows. Single pointed focus, eliminating shiny object syndrome. Next, suspending the breathing, regulating the nervous system. You cannot lead if your body is in a permanent state of fight or flight. Right? Free from desire, free from anger. That is the next phrase. This is the definition of objective decision making. Why does CEO need an inward gaze? Because the biggest threat in your company isn't the competition. It is your own unprocessed reactivity. When the CEO reacts out of fear, they cut cost into too early and stifle innovation. When they react out of desire, they over leverage and chase vanity metrics. When they react out of anger, they destroy corporate culture. The inward gaze mentioned in Gita is about becoming witness. In business psychology, we call this metacognition. It is the ability to watch your thoughts without being hijacked by them. Imagine a board meeting where room is heated, everyone is shouting, and if your gaze is inward, you aren't caught in the emotional crossfire. You are observing the pattern. You are the eye of the storm. That is a secret weapon. It allows you to see the signal while everyone else is drowning in the noise. The verse specifically mentioned equalizing the inhalation and exhalation. What does a spiritual text care about breathing? Well, because your breathe is the remote control of your brain. Many of us know this fact. Breathing is the only a process in the body which can be controlled by you, as well as it is involuntary as well. Even if you don't think about breathing, your body continues to breathe, right? So there is a fine line using which you can start controlling your mind. So it's a common knowledge. Now let's proceed further. Science tells us that when you are stressed, your breathing becomes shallow and rapid. This triggered the situation that most of us are, anxiety situation that most of us are suffering. The primitive part of the brain, which it controls this whole thing, is basically creating an environment of fear in your brain. You lose access to your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for complex strategy and empathy. The Gita was teaching biohacking long before the term even existed. By equalizing the breathing, you manually reset your nervous system. The boardroom application, how does it apply in the boardroom? Before you walk into a high stress negotiation, or before you hit that send button on a difficult email, you practice verse 28. You equalize the breathing. You move from state of threat to the state of resourcefulness. This is how you command a room without saying a word. And that is a true executive presence. The final part of the verse says this path leads to liberation. For a CEO, what is liberation? It is a freedom from being a slave to the stock price, slave to the ego, or even opinion of the industry. So Gita teaches a concept called Nishkam Karma, acting without attachment to the results. This doesn't mean you don't care about profits. It means you are so focused on the excellence of the process that you aren't paralyzed by the fear of the outcome. When you are free from the fear of the and desire, you can make hard decisions. You can pivot the company when it is unpopular. You can stand by your values when it is expensive. You are liberated from the need for external validation, which makes you one of the most dangerous and effective leader in the market. So how do you master this inward gaze? It's not about quitting your job to meditate. It's about integrating Gita into your workflow. And how you can do that? Starting with morning silence. Spend 5 minutes shutting out sense object. No phones, no email, just your breathing. Start thinking about your breathing process only for 5 minutes. All right. Next, 3 breathe rule. Before every meeting, equalize your inhalation and exhalation. Equal, right? Slow it down. Next, the mirror check. Ask yourself, am I moving towards the goal out of fear or out of purpose? Right? Mastering the inward gaze doesn't make you a passive leader at all. It makes you an unstoppable one. It transforms you from a CEO who is pushed by the world into a leadership role, or another person is who's actually shaping the world itself. Right? So it transforms that. Gita says that this is a way for the liberation for the leadership role. In the business world, we just call it the greatness. So friends, what do you think? If you have any questions or any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. And if you found this leadership lesson valuable, subscribe for more ancient wisdom for the modern businesses. Now you can go lead from within. All right. So before we end this section, I'd like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends and namaskar. Let me ask you, are you leading your company through a chaos, or are you creating a legacy that transcends market volatility? In this video, we decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita and try to answer this question. For a CEO, this isn't just a philosophical statement. It's a masterclass in resilient leadership. And therefore, in this video, we will discover why the greatest business leaders operate from a place of eternal perspective and shedding the fear of failure and illusion for gaining total control. Let's go and discuss this further. Every day as a CEO, you wake up to the same pressure, and that is the numbers, the quarterly target, the market volatility, the competition, the fear of losing market share, losing your edge, or even losing your company. We treat business like a battleground where one wrong move results in total destruction. But what if I told you that the fear of business and all other fears are rooted in a fundamental misunderstanding of the reality. Today we are stepping beyond the balance sheet and we are looking at 5,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that changes everything about how you lead, how you decide, and how you survive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. The verse is chapter 2, verse 19, and Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, and the quote starts, "In ignorance, one may think that a soul can slay another soul, or the soul gets slayed by another soul. But in truth, the learned know that the soul neither kills nor is killed." And the quote close. Now let's bring it into the boardroom, modern boardroom. In business, we are constantly slaying the competitors and fearing being slayed by them at the same time. We think if a product fails, the business dies. If a competitor launches a better service, we are slayed, we are finished. But the Gita is inviting us to a different level of intelligence. It is teaching us about the imperishable. When you identify only the external, the revenue, the valuation, the physical assets, you are living in a state of constant fragile death. But when you lead from the core, the purpose, the value, the innovation, and the vision, you tap into something that cannot be destroyed by the market shifts. The learned CEOs doesn't mean someone with the most degrees. It means someone with vivek, the ability to discriminate between temporary and the eternal. When you are attached to the outcome, you are anxious. You lose the ability to see clearly. You make desperate short-term decisions that hurt your long-term legacy. True leadership is performing your duty, your dharma, with total intensity, but without paralyzing fear of the results. So when you stop fearing the death of your plans, you stop being prisoner to the market data. You become a pioneer, not a defender. So how do we apply this, in our daily life? And therefore, I would like to provide three perspectives from my side. There are three ways to practice the eternal perspective, and that you can practice from tomorrow morning or even today. Choice is yours. First is analyze the imperishable. Ask yourself, If my entire current product line vanish tomorrow, what will remain then? What will happen? Is it your team's culture? Is it your unique problem solving process? That is your soul basically. Whatever remains, if everything perishes, is your soul. So identify that and build on that. Number two, detached intensity. Execute your strategy as if everything depends on it, but accept the outcome as if you are a gardener. You plant the seed, but you don't dictate the weather, right? Number three is a perspective shift. So, next time a crisis hit, stop and ask, is this the end of the soul of this company, or is it just a change in the market? Don't let the temporary slaying of a project break your focus on a long term vision. Business is not just about the transaction, it's about the transformation. When you stop leading out of fear, you start leading out of power. You're not the victim of the market, you are the architect of a vision that transcends the ups and downs of any single fiscal year. Move beyond the balance sheet, lead with the wisdom that understands what truly lasts. So, friends, if you found this perspective shift valuable, I want to hear from you in the comments below. Tell me, what is one fear you have been carrying that you are, ready to let go of? And we will learn it together. We will discuss in the future episode. So, friends, if you have any questions, as I mentioned, please leave them in the comments, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Have a nice day.
Friends, we have all heard about the India's largest pharmaceutical company, that is Sun Pharma, also known as Sun Pharmaceutical Industries. And this company has just announced a massive acquisition which is worth 11.75 billion US dollars. Sun Pharma has acquired US based Organ and Company, making one of the largest outbound deals in Indian history. In this video, we break down why Sun Pharma is betting big on the US market and what this means for investors and the global healthcare landscape. Let's discuss this further.
Imagine a darkness so deep it lasts 336 hours, where temperatures plummet to a lethal minus 170 degrees Celsius. If our technology fails for even a second, the Artemis base camp batteries will freeze solid, ending the mission forever. Here is how we use the fission power to survive the shadow. So, in this video, we will learn more about it. NASA is about to build the ultimate fortress on the surface of the lunar South Pole. But there is one giant problem, the brutal 2 week night. By deploying a towering vertical solar array and burying the habitats under the protective lunar regolith, we are finally hacking the moon's environment. Therefore, in this video, friends, we will be studying the engineering behind our lunar survival. Let's go. Welcome once again, everyone. When we talk about returning to the moon, we often focus on the excitement of the landing, the dust kicking up, the iconic first steps, and the exploration of the lunar surface. But there is a silent, invisible antagonist that has claimed more missions than any other, which is the lunar night. For those living on Earth, night is brief 12-hour cycle, but on the moon, the sunset and doesn't return for 14 Earth days. During this time, temperature plummet to below minus 280 degrees Fahrenheit. If we want to establish a permanent presence with the Artemis base camp, we cannot simply pack up and leave when the sun goes down. Today, we are going to explore the cutting edge engineering that will keep our astronauts and equipment alive through the brutal conditions in the solar system. But first, let's talk about the energy gap. Without the sunlight, traditional solar panels, our primary source of power go dark. To survive the Artemis base camp, it relies on a multi-layered power strategy, as visualized by the NASA, and we will discuss this more in detail. Starting with the regenerative fuel cells, RFCs. During the 14 days lunar day, we don't just use power, we bank it. Through electrolysis, we store energy as hydrogen and oxygen. When night falls, these fuel cells recombine that energy is provided like electricity, acting as a massive chemical battery. Modular nuclear fission is the next one. While the batteries and the fuel cells are essential, there are limits to it. To provide a reliable, constant base load power supply, NASA is developing a small modular fission reactor. These reactors operate independently of sun, ensuring that the heaters, life support systems, and communication remains operational even in the depth of 2 week dark period. And the power is only half the battle. If you have all the electricity in the world but can't manage heat, you're still in trouble. The vacuum of space is a perfect insulator, which means heat generated inside the base has nowhere to go and heat outside has no way to keep the base warm. So, friends, as you would have understood by now that the thermal management is a two-way street. Starting with insulation, the base modules are protected by advanced multi-layer insulations, which is also known as MLIs, and vacuum jacketed shells, which acts like a high-tech thermo to prevent heat loss. Next is the active thermal control system, which is in short known as ATCS. Inside the habitat, we use specialized fluid loops to collect waste heat from electronics, life support system, circulating it where it is needed the most. Next is the phase change material. We also use thermal mass as buffer. Think of this as thermal sponges. During the day, they absorb excess heat. During the night, they release that energy slowly to keep the interior's climate stable. The survival isn't just hardware, it is a strategy. Operational planning is kind of divided into two phases, which is day and night. And friends, you must be knowing that the lunar day is equal to 14 days, and likewise the night as well, 14 earth days. Now what we need to do now, we have to make a daytime preparation. This is the harvest phase. We maximize power storage, ensure the habitats are perfectly insulated, and preheat the thermal mass of the base to give us a running start when the sunset for 14 days. Remember that. The nighttime conversion is must be seamless. Once the sun goes down, the base shift into a low power mode. Non-essential systems are powered down, lights are dimmed, and the base transition to the autonomous state governed by the predictive algorithm that manages energy consumption to prioritize life support. Lastly, we have to also talk about redundancy. If one system fails, we have to have a backup of a backup of a backup, right? Because it's about survival of our people. Whether it is the small pressurized rover or providing a mobile shelter or secondary fission unit coming online, the goal is always total system reliability. The lunar night is brutal, unforgiving, and relentless, but it is not unbeatable. By combining nuclear energy, advanced chemistry, and the intelligent thermal management, we are turning the moon from a place where
We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, you value often reduced to a single metric, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony: the more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga. Not the physical postures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action, and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear-based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations, and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous, and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical, and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is a result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So how do you apply Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1. Define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2. Practice strategic detachment. During high-stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3. Audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So chapter 6 verse 4 isn't about being passive. It's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this Asian perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner.